worksheet too.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Board of Selectmen's meeting for Monday, January 23rd. Mr. Clerk, could you lead us in the Pledge of Flag?
Absolutely. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thanks, George.
All right. On the docket tonight, 6:30, Organization, Pledge of Allegiance, Read Mail. 6:35, Town Boards, A, Planning Board, MOA, for Supervision of Planning Administrator. B, Library Trustees, MBLC Grant Application. 6:55, Public Input, Members Input, Selectmen Goal Updates. 7, FY 2018 Operating Budget, Capital Improvements Plan Priorities. 7:30, discussion with the town moderator, town clerk, and town council regarding improving town meeting bylaw amendments and procedures. 8 o'clock, public hearing, Littleton Liquors LLC, all package store license change of location. 8:10, three public hearings. At 8:10, change of license category for Littleton Convenience. At 8:20, new license for Great Road Liquors. 8:30, change of license category for Common Convenience. At 8:40, Town Administrator, Assistant Town Administrator, Finance and Budget, 4 items. First one, Police Department regulations. Second, implementing new public records law and an update there. Third one, update filling a vacancy with the Littleton Housing Authority tenant. And the fourth one, Crosstown Connect, Community Compact Cabinet Efficiency Regionalization Grant Application. And then we'll end at 9 o'clock, right on time, with approving meeting minutes.
A little early, is that what you said?
I think I did. All right, let's get started. Mail, please.
Okay, a few items in the mail packet and a couple that I sent you since then. First, we have an invitation from the Neshoba Valley Tech High School for their annual budget briefing. Dare I say budget breakfast. That's usually the main draw, but it's this Friday morning at 9 o'clock in the facility in Westford. On Wednesday morning, the Middlesex County District Attorney, Marion Ryan, will be in the building at the invitation of the Council on Aging, and will give a presentation on keeping seniors safe. And we will also have our Police Chief, Matt King, as other featured attraction, and so we'll look forward to that.
Double bill.
Master Plan Public Forum is this Wednesday from 4 to 8 p.m. It's open house, and I tweeted the forum flyer again and have got it here for all to see. And that's at the middle school this Wednesday from 4 to 8 p.m. And this is billed as the last public forum.
And this is a drop-in, folks. You don't have to be there from 4 to 8. You can drop in, get your voice heard, and scoot out and catch up with your family or whatever you need to do.
And grab some food. There'll be
Yep.
finger food, I think, Maren. So, and also I wanted to put here that there's an award ceremony now scheduled at the State House for receipt of MassDOT Complete Streets Grant. The officiating folks will be the Lieutenant Governor, Karen Polito, and the Transportation Secretary, Stephanie Pollack. And that's at 10:30 at the State House. If anyone is able to go, I'll cover, but it's the sort of thing where if you get the chance, and believe me, it's always during the day. So,
Yeah.
It's okay. Thanks for going.
okay.
Yep.
That's it.
All right.
You think anybody here can make it? I know I can't.
What is the date?
It's this Thursday at 10:30. And I can't even offer you a ride-in because I have an 8:30 meeting that although if you want to come in with me at 8:30.
If I'm gonna go, I'll let you know.
Okay,
Otherwise, thanks for representing us.
great.
Okay, very good. That it for mail? Very good. All right, on to item number 2A. Planning Board request, memorandum of agreement, supervision of planning administrator, who I see in the background, and I also see Ed, the vice chair. I do not see Peter yet, but I think we can.
Ed, you said Peter was coming. That's okay.
I tried to give you,
Oh, that's okay.
I didn't promise.
You're only one man.
But we have Planning Board Vice Chair Ed Mullen here tonight and Planning Administrator Maren Toohill to talk about the Planning Board's request. They voted on, at their meeting on January 12th to authorize execution of a memorandum of agreement between the Planning Board and the Board of Selectmen, wherein they're requesting that you give permission for the town administrator to supervise their employee, the planning administrator. We've used this MOA format on at least half a dozen other positions through our town government where the appointee works for a part-time board, and the goal has been to have a full-time supervisor that's available. In fact, there was a policy document that the planning board, the personnel board had drafted and the Board of Selectmen had approved back in 2014 where you'd identified, there he is,
Perfect timing.
where you had identified entering into such an agreement as a best practice for performing personnel reviews and for supervising an employee. So we have tonight Planning Board Chair Peter Scott and Vice Chair Ed Mullen here with us. There were 4 members of the Planning Board present. It was a unanimous vote of those. Mr. Montanari made the motion, and Rich Crowley was absent from that meeting, but I've talked to him over the years about this sort of thing, and so I was pleased that the Planning Board wanted to make the request, and they're here to answer any questions that you have about it.
All right. Board members, any questions, or if Chairman Scott, if you wanted to say anything in addition?
No, I think you covered it all.
Okay, excellent. Any questions to?
I'm supportive of whatever the planning board wants to do. I'm just curious as to whether there was anything in particular that prompted it at this time, or is this just something you've been aware of and wanted to?
Housekeeping, nothing in particular.
Okay.
If I may, Madam
Absolutely.
Chair, if we look back to the Town Government Study Committee over 10 years ago, it was a feeling of the Town Government Study Committee at that time that this type of thing should be happening with all the boards. They have somebody overlooking the whole thing. The only reason that committee at that point did not do it was that we knew we were going to town meeting, and we had a lot of good things we knew we were going to pass. We just didn't want to take that one extra step. The boards might have come out at that time and said, no, I don't want to do it because we want to keep that authority. But it was the intent way back then to have this happen, so.
That's good history.
In speaking to the authority, we made sure in the language that the planning board maintains our authority. You guys oversee Keith oversees her, but any decision just still remains with the board, the planning board.
Maybe I worded it wrong. The idea was to have someone
The supervised.
To supervise.
Yeah.
day to day.
Yep.
And we have agreements in place with all of the other regulatory boards that have staff, and I'm not sure how we missed it there.
Stealth.
I guess, again, as Paul Glavy said, the planning board, the chair, vice chair is behind it. I'm absolutely behind it also. I think it's always good to have, some supervision both up and down. And I think at least folks like the Conservation Commission, Maren, and the other folks that report to Keith, if they need help, at least they can turn to somebody. We all have jobs, we're all elected officials, we all have jobs, we're not always at our phone or at anybody's beck and call. At least those folks can defer to Keith, so I think it's a good move.
Well said. Well said, Chris.
No, I agree with my colleagues. Just kind of like the housekeeping, as Mr. Scott had said. Conscom, Board of Health, ZBA, Council on Aging, Cemetery Commissioners all have a similar agreement in place, so it makes sense.
Very good. There's no more discussion, we'll look for a motion.
I'll move that the Board of Selectmen vote pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 41, subsection 23A, to approve the memorandum of agreement with the planning board relative to the supervision of planning board administrator permit coordinator by town administrator.
Sorry.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Thank you
guys.
guys for coming down.
Thank you.
All right, 2B, Library Building Project, Grant Application to Mass Board of Library Commissioners. So Sam, why don't you give us a little bit of background, and then we can kind of take it from there.
So, I've almost completed the grant application. It's due on Thursday. So basically, the MBLC requires that at least one member of the town sign off on the application, and then one member of the trustees. It doesn't just have to be one, it could be everybody, but they just require one. Basically, the grant application, the signature will cover, basically covers that the board is aware that we are applying for the grant, that you agreed to cover, you agreed to follow all of the necessary procedures if a building does get built, all the standard things. And that you understand that it's a library that's being built there, that has to stay a library for 20 years. That's basically it.
Yeah, and I can maybe read that section, it might be of interest. So the application has all, the specifications, and then right before the signature, it says, "We, the undersigned, have official responsibility for the project herein described, do hereby attest to the facts and figures presented as true to the best of our knowledge and belief, and do hereby certify our intent to carry out all the provisions and conditions agreed delineated in this application. At least one person officially representing the town and one library trustee representing the library must sign." Oh, and it says legibly.
You're out.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, now, we have a proposed motion. Let's talk about that and the intent of the proposed motion, and then let's talk about compare and contrast them, if that's okay. So I don't know if Keith or Tom, you want to talk about the proposed motion, and then we can have discussion.
Sure, and I would defer to town council on how this proposed motion squares with the language in the grant application, but I thought as a policy matter, since we find ourselves in the situation where a signature is needed by the town official, and that I have often shared with department heads when they think they need the signature of the chair, they're not asking for her autograph. That it's a signature that is
An action of the board.
an action of the board for which it's a representative, the chairman signs, and that brings with it some higher level of scrutiny than if it were simply, it's not an endorsement, it's not just, it's more, it's not quite that you're co-signing the loan, but it's at some fundamental level, though, it's a political act, it's a policy act, where the state bureaucracy is asking to see the signature of who they view as the, responsible town official. I have to say, during the course of a year, there might be half a dozen such grant applications for 1,000 here, a few thousand there, that whether it's the Council on Aging or the fire department or someone who's submitting a formula grant, will need a signature from the town official, which is usually me. And I sign those as a perfunctory ministerial act because it's, it doesn't rise. If we were applying for something that you've said you don't want, or well, never, over your dead bodies or something, or that you had even expressed concern about as a matter of policy and had questioned, then such a thing would need to come to the board for a vote in order for me to understand that it was something I could sign. Because there have been so many questions about the library project and concerns raised and whatever, it was clear to me that this grant application didn't fall into the category of one that I could sign by virtue of my position, but rather it needs a policy vote. In my humble opinion, it would need a policy vote from the board to authorize signing it. So then we look at, and I can only wish that we had all diagnosed that as a point months ago when we were identifying what are all the things that needed to happen in order for you to establish the grant. We knew that that the school committee had to do something. We knew that the trustees had to do something. We hadn't really diagnosed that the selectmen had to do something. And I appreciate Sam's position that he's still looking for the autograph. But when I see the request and see what the language says, I'm reading it as more than that. It requires a policy vote. So we're here, and I guess thank goodness we happen to have a meeting between now and Thursday when your grant application is due. So with all of that said, I thought it might be helpful, at least, in explaining to, if the board were to vote to authorize the chair to sign, to explain to the public, explain to yourselves, explain to all of us what the context is for such a vote. And I had talked with the chair beforehand about, well, what might a draft motion look like, and what, and the result was this proposed motion, which can be a jumping off point. But the idea was, if the application, those who sign the application have to certify that all the facts and figures are true. Well, I don't know that anyone's going to be in a position to be able to certify that, and that we're, under our form of government, we have a separately elected library people to tell us what, it'd be like if the school committee, if this were a school grant, that we might defer to the judgment of the school committee about a school project, that you might defer to the library trustees about a library project, with the understanding that what this is all about is that the state funding agency requires your signature, requires the selectman's signature as or requires the town's official representative to sign it. And that they can't submit a grant application, they can't bring back an $8 million grant award for the voters to consider unless we clear this hurdle. And further, that there's nothing final about this vote, that whether it was the school committee vote to declare the site as surplus, that vote was conditional upon approvals of town meeting and award of the grant. From what I've seen, the school committee was approaching it as they weren't going to be the ones to say that the library trustees project couldn't proceed, that if there were conditional votes that helped push the can down the road so that the voters could decide ultimately, then that's sort of what we had identified as the procedure. So that's one way to view what the selectmen are being asked to view tonight. It's a way to preserve for the town meeting voters the ability to decide ultimately whether the town of Littleton will be proceeding with a grant-funded library project or not. If the library trustees are not able to get a grant application in that satisfies the state for whatever procedural reason, then they don't even have the ability to come back and say, hey, we've got a grant, do you want to spend it? So I guess that was the point, to explain in a motion what's the context. You're not saying you endorse the project, the board hasn't taken a policy position on the library project. You've had lots of questions. The questions would be answered to some degree, but ultimately it's not just the Board of Selectmen that would make a decision, it's the town meeting voters, and indeed the voters at the ballot when it comes to it, if it's a debt exclusion override. So I thought it might be helpful to try to frame in a motion what's the context that the board is approaching this, and this is what I came up with. And I talked to town council about what's behind the signature, given the language in the grant application that has to be signed, and this is sort of the path to signing it.
So, piggybacking on what Keith just said, I agree. This is in my opinion, a well-drafted motion, so take a step back. You shouldn't be signing it without a vote of the board, because the board acts by vote. So that's appropriate. So however you vote is how you vote. I like this motion because I think it satisfies the intent of the grant agreement. You're saying that you know the project exists and that that you're presenting it to the state for potential funding. There's still many hurdles to clear, like town meeting, and I don't think we never say in this that we're guaranteeing any of those steps. We're just, this is a box to be checked as we move towards that, and I think at this point, before the state puts its time and effort into reviewing the grant application, they want to be assured that someone besides the library trustees understand that this is in process. But I don't think it commits the town any more than that. The answers are, they're kind of in-process answers. They're of the nature of, we are this far along with the process. So with that said, I think, again, I think you can have your vote, and if the vote's in the affirmative, I'm comfortable with you signing it based on this motion. If you're not comfortable with this motion, we can talk about different ways of crafting it. But I do think that this clears the hurdle of signing the application with the attestation that you had read, with at the same time understanding where the board is in this process, and that you're asking questions, but you haven't drafted a warrant article for town meeting yet, and there's still hurdles to be cleared on the town side of things.
Okay, so even with that particular statement in the grant, certify our intent to carry out all the provisions and conditions agreed delineated in this application. Because that feels to me like it gives me a different feeling than what was just described. But if we have the motion plus this, then
I think you're okay.
Yeah, even procedurally, that even right now, we still don't have authority that we need, that the trustees need, and that is a vote, an authorizing vote of town meeting to authorize the submission of the grant application. But under the rules, the library trustees have until June 1st, I think, to get that town meeting vote. So again, it's all conditional, and that ordinarily something of this magnitude would be, that there's a intuitive order in which things happen, and this is sort of counterintuitive, I think, where it's later votes. I mean, we've had, and we've got many votes ahead. We've got the vote authorizing the submission, for this town meeting, vote authorizing the submission of this grant application that's being submitted now. And they get to, and the funding agency says you get to have that town meeting vote later. I mean, we've had some grants that are in the same category, like the land grant. We apply for it, and then we go, and then it's subject to a town meeting vote. This is very much in that category. We will have a town meeting vote that will authorize the transfer of the property, the site for a library, conditional upon a further grant, a further vote rather, of receipt of the grant and appropriation of the local match, which will not occur this spring, but will occur, I hope, many springs from now.
Well, one of those motions will be this spring, right?
Right, yes, the
The use of the
authorization.
land will be this spring, the funding of it will be down the road.
The transfer of the property, which would be conditional upon award of the grant and further vote of town meeting to authorize the local match.
Right.
Yeah, that you'll have a conditional vote at town meeting this year, but the conditions that will be fulfilled would be by further votes of town meetings at later dates.
Conditional vote for the property or for the application?
Both.
Well, no,
I'm
so
sorry, the
that's-
application is outright. It would be an authorization to, well, that's interesting, because it's an authorization to apply for and expend the grant funds. But you cannot expend the grant funds unless you're awarded the grant and you appropriate your local match.
Okay, so
So
you're
it's all-
talking two separate items in the.
It's three.
Three? Go ahead.
No, for this town meeting, too.
For the one coming in.
So
I mean,
for June 17th, by June 17th, there's two
Which would be
based
annual
on the
town meeting.
application,
Right.
which is,
The
yeah.
application and the site transfer conditional upon award of the
Well,
grant.
it's worded as approval of the project schematic design. So the third, I would see as the site.
Okay,
Right?
yes, that's correct.
Reading that wrong?
No, that's right.
That's correct.
I'm sorry, write it again? Read it again?
So the application states to meet this requirement, 2 votes are required. to give permission to apply, accept, and expend state grant funds. And the second is to approve the project's schematic design. And then I would say that the third would be to transfer the land or arrange a lease from whoever the care, custody, control has the property, extend a lease to the trustees, or whatever gives you permission to build upon it. So that would be the third.
So what about the
Checkbox to use,
actual
Tom.
authorization to put the application in for the grant?
That's one of those two.
That's one of
those
the,
three.
that's one of the things that Maytown meeting will vote. They'll be voting then to say it was okay to submit the grant application back
It's
then.
kind of the horse in front of the cart.
The way we do land grants,
Yeah.
yeah.
I kind of agree with the chair with the fact that although it says that we vote to accept the representations made, and I guess that's the out word in that motion, but this is their application, and they're looking for us to sign their application. Once this is signed, they're not looking back at how we got to that signature, as I see it, and that language is pretty strong. Do hereby certify our intent to carry out all the provisions and conditions agreed / delineated in this application. That's basically saying that we are completely on
You're not-
board with this,
you're
and
not-
everything's in line.
You're not disagreeing with anything in the application, right?
Correct. And having received this on Friday, I'm not able to have we have had some conversations and we've asked some questions, but having received this on Friday, I would, with us needing to get a signature under the gun, with this project having gone on and this process having gone on for as long as it's been going on, to your point, Keith, I think it's frustrating that
I
we're
wish
just
that we
getting
had
this.
diagnosed it earlier, so.
I do also.
Sorry that we hadn't.
Because, again, to use one of Tom's, well, actually, Keith, I think he made the statement, the school committee wasn't gonna be the person they weren't gonna be the people to get in the way.
Right.
Essentially, right? I think planning board made a similar vote.
Right.
Where they didn't wanna get in the way by, there's not enough parking. Well,
Right.
I'm not getting in the way of this, I'm gonna let this application go, let
Yeah.
the people vote at town meeting. So then we get this thrown in front of us.
Tonight
um,
it's, we
72
suddenly find
hours
out that
before.
tonight it's your turn.
So we either check the box, or we put our feet down and say, do we certify that it's our intent to carry out all the provisions and conditions delineated herein? It's a big ask, in my opinion.
Any other questions, comments?
Yeah, my reaction is along similar lines that have been raised here. Last fall, when we last met jointly on this, we committed to making sure that we would follow a process to free up the land so there wasn't any title issue standing in the way of the decision. We also agreed to let the application process go forward with the very stated concerns that we weren't by any means endorsing a particular project. A lot of us had very specific problems with both the process and the end project. Well, now, I certainly didn't anticipate that this is what the application would look like, that we would be asked, as stated on page 34 there, those certifications. It's more than just saying, please accept our application. It's, we hereby attest to the facts and figures. I don't know if that's true or not. A lot of them were very much the subject of debate last fall. And our intent to carry out the provisions and conditions, well, that's contradictory to what we said last fall, was that we were pursuing an application predicated on the agreement that we had not reached an agreement, or at least the understanding that we had not reached an agreement. So this is, as Chuck mentioned a moment ago, we get this presented in our packet over the weekend. It's 30-plus pages of documentation. The language is pretty, I'm comforted by council's assertions on a legal level, but that's not the same as, having to look at the town's people and say, oh yeah, I signed a very specific document or voted for a very specific document that pushes this project, but I'm not necessarily in favor of it. I don't feel comfortable doing that at this point, and I think it really reminds me that, maybe we shouldn't be driven so much by what the grant process tells us to do, jump through hoops, and maybe we ought to take a step back and spend a little more time focused on what's exactly the town's needs. I mean, are we driving up costs because that helps the reimbursement projections? That's the wrong way to go about that. Are we, are we pushing to a new site rather than building on the old because that's once again, more favorable for reimbursement? Those issues, in my mind, have never been sufficiently sold as the best, as what's in the best interest of the town. Obviously, something needs to happen in terms of space and modernization of the library, but I'm certainly not at the point where I can attest and certify that this specific project is, and all the details in there in terms of process of determining the capacity of the floors to carry the weight and the reasons various options were turned down and how we arrived at this spot over at the school property, and even the questions that have come up lately in terms of the adequacy of the parking involved and all that. None of those issues have been resolved, and yet this is presented as kind of a finished proposal. And I'd be reluctant to ask our chair to do her best legible signature on that document.
I mean, I could echo the same thoughts that you guys have, all of you have said so far. When I looked at this document when it first came in, and I saw that at the end, it's the first thing that popped up for me. We had nothing to do with it. If you're in business and you would do a proposal like this and then throw it in front of somebody and say, I need your signature, what would happen? And when you're talking about this big a project, something like this shouldn't have happened. Someone goofed up somewhere along the line where it's a well-done document. All the questions are answered all the way through, and the last thing it's asking for us is someone to get an official signature. Has the PBMC worked with you guys on this at all?
We have been working some with them, but they're not overseeing it at this point.
Okay. Did you ask to get a signature from Joe Calentro, the chairman?
We don't know.
I just thought maybe that'd be appropriate if they worked on it or not, but I just think it's tough. If we had a project that needed a signature of the trustees, would they respond the same way?
So,
I guess I'm just, it shouldn't have got to this point at all. You've done all the work to have this proposed, and it's, someone should have seen somewhere along the line, or have somebody in this board involved besides you. You were on the site thing. Beyond that, we can't attest to any part of these figures. Now, that being said, I, as a selectman, have a problem not bringing it to town meeting, and all these facts would come up again then. So I disagree with the whole thing, how it was done completely. To throw this in front of the Board of Selectmen on a Friday and say, okay, we just need your signature, it's wrong. It's dead wrong. But at the same time, I'm gonna act like maybe the planning board. I don't wanna be that person that takes away the opportunity for it to be heard at town meeting. So my tendency is, I know.
But does it? Can't they bring the same proposal to town, well, they can bring a proposal for this exact project to town meeting, take away the context of the grant process?
That just costs more money.
Well, that's true, but the one thing that they won't be able to bring to town meeting is $8 million to help pay for it. So it's the.
And that's guaranteed?
It's the $8
That's not
million,
guaranteed.
it's the $8 million question. It's that, it's the, whatever the number is, that the ability to bring grant money from the Mass Board of Library Commissioners Construction Grant Program, the gate, we now see that one of the necessary steps is the signature from the chairman of the Board of Selectmen.
So we've been talking about how we're doing studies to determine, how much use this building or fields, or we've done a number of studies, and certainly the master plan has done a lot of work to try to understand what folks want. And we are in one of the things that we've identified as our goals is seniors, and a senior center or some facility of council on the aging. Now, it's been discussed that if in fact this were to go forward and it was built, and it was built on the slope site, the library would then vacate its existing location, which in theory would be a great location for, potentially, for a senior center, but at what cost? You know, so that cost is certainly something that we would be taking on, and I have the big problem with certifying that we're gonna carry out all provisions and conditions, because I don't think it's complete. I think there's more that we need to be looking at, that will be a trickle down from saying yes to this tonight and having you sign this tonight. I really feel like, Joe, I agree with you. You know, the school committee didn't want to get in the way. They didn't want to be the speed bump that slowed down this train. Planning board did the same thing. And I just, we're the ones that answer. You know, so we're put here to be the stewards, and to make the best decision possible for the residents. And I don't know that, to your point, Paul, in good conscience, I can sign off on this saying, yeah, I'm okay with all this. I'm good with it.
So can
And I think that it doesn't take into account, I mean, if it is, let's say it gets done and to the tune of $8 million for us, and one of our goals is to do something for the seniors, whether that's a senior center, on this property, in this building, someplace else. We've not yet gone through some of that diligence like you're talking about, and laid out what those costs would be, if there are grants available for that. So I just don't think we have all the information in order to make this decision with a 36-page document. And, you know, for us to be the ones that are put under the gun, if we did this to any other board, we'd be hung for doing it. So I don't feel comfortable with taking a vote to have you put your legible signature on this document tonight. I really don't. And it's not an easy decision to make, because I've talked to a number of people that feel strongly one way or the other. So.
Okay, thank you. And I know you wanted to make a comment, Mark. I don't know if you
I'm good.
Okay.
So I'd like to say that the schematics, everything has been presented to you multiple times. It's pretty much the same as it was the last time we presented. The schematics are not set in stone. They will change and can be changed after the grant has been submitted. Things like parking can be decided at whatever time the planning board, if the planning board says we need more parking, there'll be more parking. It'll have to be allocated for the site. Nothing is set in stone here. The plans are the same as they were before. The only difference is we have more concrete numbers around them, because there was the cost estimate was done. And there has been more effort. The application is more final for this. What we're committing to, what we're asking you to commit to, is just allow us to submit the grant. It's not committing you to spending any money. It's not committing the town to spending any money. There's several steps that go along the way. When you're saying you're being held to the grant, it means that you're being held that if we build a new building, it's a library, right? It's not saying that we will build a new building. That's still subject to town meeting approval, and if it's a debt exclusion, it'll be subject to the voters twice for that. So this is just allowing us to get to the next step. I'm not sure what exact language you're questioning that is controversial here. It's just saying that if we get the grant, the money will be expended for a library, right? If we get the grant and we approve it, right? It's not, I'm trying to figure out what the big controversy is here.
All right, well, that part's pretty simple. I mean, the language is very specific here, Mark. It's, we, the undersigned, having official responsibility for the project herein described, do hereby attest to the facts and figures presented as true to the best of our knowledge and belief, and do hereby certify our intent to carry out all the provisions and conditions agreed delineated in this application. So it doesn't sound like, hey, all we're saying is we're gonna build a library. So it's committing to all the provisions and conditions herein. I just don't know why.
Which include the town meeting vote and.
Right. Why can't, you know, if this is all being dictated by the application schedule, I can't imagine this is the last time that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is gonna have a library round of funding. So what's wrong with the notion of, you know, if you've settled on the proposal that you have, bringing it to town meeting for, you know, a vote that, you know, may or may not be bounding on the financial end, allow people to have their public say about it, and if that generates some changes or comes out with a ringing endorsement, well, then at least we'll have the knowledge of knowing that the town backs it before we apply for an application for a grant.
So at this point, we spent probably $75,000 to get to this point, between the town money, the trustees' money, and the state's money, right? We either apply for the grant Thursday, or we wait 6 to 8 years to try again.
Why 6 to 8 years?
Because that's how often they run these grants. That's when you can apply. It's about every 6 or 8 years. So either do it now, or we wait until the next round, right? We don't know if we apply now when we get the money, right? We know it won't be, we know at the earliest it's July. It could be any time from July of this year through however many times.
So that's the reality. It isn't that, ignore that language about the, you know, following all the provisions and conditions, and all we're really doing is voting the library. That were the truth, they wouldn't be asking that detailed a project. And I haven't seen any language in here that indicates that you can change it as dramatically as that. I mean, when we sign on to it, it's because we're under a tight deadline, and then any subsequent vote at town meeting sounds like, I mean, I don't know where the opportunity to change the project comes later on, once we've filed this application.
So there's a board that reviews it from the Board of Library Commissioners. They'll review it from this point until July, and then they'll make suggestions to the architect. This is just a schematic design right now. It's not the final design.
Well, that's their input. What about the town's input?
We can get town input once we have learned that we have the grant, or even before then. It's not that it's set in stone right now. This is just, we're approving this schematic design, saying that we have an idea for a building. It's not that this is the building that's going to be 5, 6, 20 years from now. It's just saying that. I know it doesn't say it in that. I've been to many grant workshops, and I've spoken to other library directors who have done this. This is the way it's done. I apologize that I gave it to you so late. I've been working on it for a long time now. And I was only given the grant actual application about a month ago, to be honest with you. Like, this is the way MBLC does it. I have no control over that. But nothing in this is final, nothing, it's all up to the town. And the town can change it if they want to. Or they can say we don't get to do it at all. This is just to approve the grant application going in.
1 second, David, we had another hand up over here, okay.
So Jillian Shaw, Sleigh Ride Lane. So my question is, if we move forward with this and we decide, or the town decides that the location of where the building would go isn't what they would like, does that change the grant process? Like if they decide to go to another property, can we still have that grant money and move the building?
No. The schematic has to be the one that gets approved. The only thing that's set in stone is that it has to be the site that we submit in the application. And if the town doesn't agree with that, they can vote no, and then we don't.
If you don't get a 2/3 vote at the May town meeting
Right.
to give you that site, then that act of town meeting stops this project from proceeding.
And is that a majority, or is it a 2/3 vote for
2/3,
that?
because it's land. 2/3.
Thank you.
Dave?
Yeah, I just want to say that the town approved at town meeting, right, in 2014, the amount of money to go get this grant. So people already voted that we should go and pursue this grant. It doesn't mean that this has anything to do with that, but it's just, I'm just saying that the people at the town meeting said, okay, let's go for it and see what happens. Okay, I'd also to say that there's 35 towns
33.
applying for this, okay? And they're all signing the same piece of paper. Okay, so there's 35 other towns doing this. Okay, so it can't be that.
Their process might have been a little bit different, Dave. Their process may have been different. That's.
No,
one of
but the
biggest issues we have
last
with the process.
page is gonna read the same.
But they may have had more involvement throughout the process, I guess.
Right, if the process was I mean, the process was originally framed to us as the library trustees have got this ball and you're gonna run with it. And you've done it and it's been your project and you all know what your project is, but if the selectmen as a board are required to have the same comfort level as you are in order to submit the grant application, then an inclusive process might have gotten us to the same place as being excluded as gotten us, so.
How many of those, Mayor, how many of those towns actually had town meeting votes prior to the application?
Can't say they're different towns. And we don't keep track of them, we only know how many there are.
I would
I
guess
doubt
none.
that any of them did.
I would guess none.
Just ask.
Usually, I mean, and strategically, you know, I understand the decision to put the application in first if the funding agency says, and then you go and get a town meeting vote when the funding agency says. Because it's easier to, if you got the cash in your hand, it's easier to get the town meeting vote sometimes. So. But
Yes.
Can the size of the building change with the grant?
Good question.
Say that again?
Can the size of the building change with the grant?
I think not much. There's some wiggle room, but it's not going to change, it's not going to double or half. It might change slightly, but not substantially.
Like if we get to town and we realize that we don't maybe need as much, or what was a meeting room turns into a teen center, or whatever it is, can you change, can you make it a smaller building?
No, it can't change significantly. It can change somewhat, but it can't.
it's because in the process that they've had up till now, the state has it's essentially told you what programmatically, what space you need to have, given the size of the community, given the circulation. They have a formula that if you want their money, you need to translate that into a facility that programmatically meets those needs and what they, and, you know, you weren't trying to make it any bigger than it had to be, and I certainly am aware of that, so, but.
We've
the
actually cut
ability
down
to-
the size from the last round. It's
Yeah.
slightly smaller. And the estimates, the cost estimate came down from the last time we presented as well.
So the lot can't change and the space can't change, but everything else can change?
Yes, the way it's set up, the way it looks, that can change. Yeah, pretty much.
Another question in the back?
Brian Tarbox, Selectmen. I understand the board's concern, notwithstanding the assurances you've gotten from Keith and Town Council, but the bottom line is if you vote no, we won't be able to even apply for library money until approximately 2025 to perhaps receive a grant in 2027 and maybe build a library in 2029. So you may have discomfort, I understand that, but you're talking about weighing your discomfort along with the knowledge that there are multiple town meeting votes with the notion, against the notion that if you vote no, we won't have another library till possibly 2029. And I understand your discomfort, but 2029 is a long ways away when you have assurances that this won't proceed without town meeting votes, at least 3 of them.
Thank you. I thought I saw another hand. Oh, yes.
Just
Yeah, go ahead.
going back a little, when you were reading the document, the last page there, and talking about, you know, what can be changed and can't be changed, and then as we go further in discussion, I'm hearing that the site can't change and the size can't change. So it sounds like you're committing to a little more than what was originally disclosed at the beginning of the meeting. Also, I'm curious if the town has decided if that property out there is surplus to the school or not. You know, I know that would have to go to town meeting, but I want to know the board's feeling on that.
Yeah, the school committee did vote to,
Well, the school committee took the procedural step of declaring it surplus that allows town meeting to decide if it becomes something else.
Okay.
Is that something that has to be replaced?
Chairman Scott.
Like the Conservation Commission, if you take something out of conservation, you have to replace it with something else. Does that land have to be, if we take 10 acres, does the school committee get 10 acres somewhere else? Is that something like the Conservation Commission does?
Doesn't sound
No.
like it.
can I ask the superintendent?
Of course.
Mr. Clenchey, you okay offering your understanding of the vote that was taken from the school committee and where that put us?
Well, what we essentially did is looked at the library proposal. We had a number of presentations from members of the library board. And in the end, we felt comfortable recommending that we declare that land surplus to the Board of Selectmen. And it would be your decision from this point on, and at town meeting as to whether you would transfer that land or not. But we would prefer to move it over to the Board of Selectmen, so that would indicate that we were giving support to declare the land as surplus.
And hand it back to the town through the Board of Selectmen.
Right.
That's what the vote was, not to, I'm having a conversation. So your understanding then is that we, through town meeting, will make a decision whether or not it's surplus.
Well, that's correct. We declared the land surplus and put it in the hands of the Board of Selectmen to make further decisions.
Okay, so we need to determine whether or not it is in fact surplus. And with some of the conversations that we've had with the budget summit meeting.
It goes to the school committee to town meeting. Yeah.
So we need to make a determination and let people know whether or not we feel as though, based on the budget summit meeting, we're looking at what the numbers are as far as the schools and what your potential needs can be for the schools. We're in the process of looking at what other needs there are, whether it be council on the aging needing a senior center, whether it be a library, whether it be more fields. That surplus land could in fact be used for something under that umbrella, or it could be something else that we're not even looking at or thinking about right now. Ms. Shaw mentioned, a teen center, or, there's some things that are coming up as a result of the master plan. So,
Well,
appreciate your input.
in essence, yes. Our intent, though, when we declared the land as surplus, obviously, was working with the library board, and we were aware that land could be utilized for a library site. I mean, that was the premise of our discussion. But as a Board of Selectmen, I believe there would be a broader discussion that could be had in terms of are there other uses for that land. I believe that would be under your jurisdiction.
Thank you.
I actually have the motion from the school committee here. On a motion by Darrell Baker and seconded by Alex Pratt, it was voted to exercise the motion, whereas the library trustees have selected the slope site as its proposed site for a new library in the grant application and intends to submit to MBLC by January 2017 for the 2016-2017 Massachusetts Board of Library Construction Program. And whereas the MBLC requires the town meeting approval, A, of the schematic design of the library, B, to apply for and accept and expend grant funds, and C, to transfer the slope site to another municipal board for library purposes no later than June 17th, 2017. Whereas MBLC requires appropriation of local funding for the project within 6 months after the provisional grant award is made by MBLC. Therefore, the school committee hereby makes a determination pursuant to the Mass General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 15A, that the land described at the slope site on the Littleton Library site plan prepared by Johnson Roberts dated November 3rd, 2016 is no longer needed by the school committee for school purposes, and that the town meeting may transfer the care, custody, and management and control of the slope site to another municipal board for another purpose, with said determination by the school committee to be subject to the award of the grant by MBLC. The submission of the final site plan to the school committee indicating the exact parcel of land to be transferred, which shall not substantially vary from the preliminary site plan dated November 3rd, 2016, and the votes of town meeting by June 2017, and within 6 months after the provisional grant award is made by MBLC as referenced above. Motion carried.
Thank you for reading that. Can I ask the council a question? We sat here talking about that land, and we looked at 100-year-old sketches.
Yeah.
And we were going to do some research on who's got care, custody, and control of that.
Yeah.
That's settled? That's all at the
Yeah,
registry
so
of
it's-
deeds, and we're
Right.
good?
So here's what I think happened, right? So yes, we looked at the various parcels that collectively are where the town hall sits, where the tennis court sits, and behind. What we don't know exactly is the uses that were placed upon them, how they line up with the lot lines. But we are comfortable with the so-called slope site. So we know the slope site is there. We're comfortable that that particular site is currently under the care, custody, and control of the school committee. I believe what the school committee did was to say, we declare this land surplus for the specific purpose of allowing a library to be built there and to allow this grant application to be filed. But if the grant application is not filed, that land automatically returns to the school committee. So I think they conditioned it specifically to allow this to happen.
Got it.
And if this doesn't happen, it's not subject, it can't be used for other things yet, unless they take another vote. I think it automatically goes back to that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yes.
Erica Puglani, in terms of the site, it's my understanding that the chairwoman sat on the site committee, so wasn't that information communicated back to the selectmen?
What
I don't
information?
understand.
What information?
Well, about where the project was going and the size.
As was
and-
mentioned,
and-
the library's been here and gave us updates several times, absolutely.
Okay, so why is everyone so surprised, I guess, is my question.
We got the application on Friday.
And are being asked to sign it tonight,
And it,
with a lot of facts and figures that have been changed that we have not seen. So the slope site, the location, absolutely, yes, that's well known.
it puts the Board of Selectmen on the hook for certifying our intent to carry out all the provisions and conditions contained herein. So we just got an opportunity to look at this
We gotta
this
ask-
weekend. And we're asked to sign a document to move forward for,
Okay, but we're not talking about moving the library or, I mean, that was brought up.
the application that's put before us is a schematic design for that site specifically. And there's a schematic design, and to Sam's point, it's a schematic. There could be some changes, but they're not gonna be drastic changes. You're not gonna go from a 100-person meeting room to no meeting room, I would assume, right? That'd be a drastic change.
Okay. Any last, yes.
Hi, Cindy Napoli, Springfield Drive. I'm just wondering if the board has taken into consideration the way the grant is structured with the tiers. It could take 4 to 6 years before the library knows how much money they're going to get from the grant. And in the meantime, other departments, especially the COA, Park and Rec, are all going to kind of put on hold. I feel like it's going to kind of put a stalemate on other potential projects that maybe come up that might be needed during that time, especially the other departments in this building, while we're waiting to see where the library is going to go, if it's going to vacate Shattuck Street or not. I'm just wondering if you have thought ahead to that.
I think that's an issue. First time that's been brought up, but I think it's a valid point. If we think about, can we do these two things together? Well, we don't know about this one. They could stalemate each other, to your point.
Right,
I don't
because it's.
think we've ever thought about that.
Yeah, because I feel like we're beholden to this grant and the way it's structured, it's dictating a lot to our town and the way projects are what's going to happen with projects moving forward. And I appreciate that the library, it comes up every 8 years, they want to take advantage of this opportunity. But that being said, what are the ramifications on the other departments in this building while we're waiting to see what happens with the library? And it could be 4 to 6 years. That's a long time. The COA is out of space. They're at max. They don't have 4 to 6 years. So I think that's something that needs to be considered. I didn't know if you had already talked about it or thought about it, or...
I don't believe we have really, honestly.
Well, I mean, it's a very valid point. It's come up at different points, but earlier this evening when the reference to the Space Study Committee, which we just appropriated funds for, we haven't even got that off the ground yet. And
I was gonna ask that,
Yeah.
when is that gonna be done? It's not even started yet? or-
PMBC's got that in their,
List-
the list of
It's
projects.
it's in the queue, but the
Right.
immediate goal was to get
Hey.
Alumni Field going.
If it weren't for this deadline of the application, I think we would be doing things a lot differently, and we should encourage the library trustees, if they think they have a proposal that they, and they clearly do, want to go forward with getting a town vote on it, do it. If that gets town approval, so be it. We know where the town stands. If they don't, if there's questions raised, if there's suggestions, if we change the proposal, then we follow what's in the best interest of the town on the schedule that lays itself out and not be driven by this deadline next week or whatever, and the suggestion that we may not see this for 6 or 8 years. I don't know that, you don't know that, nobody knows that. And that really shouldn't dictate what's in the best interest of the town. I mean, I've heard references that, we shouldn't be too concerned about the overall price tag because we're getting about half of it back. Well, we don't know any of that, so why don't we just focus on what's in the town's interests and shrewdly pursue whatever grant opportunities are available at the point when we have reached agreement on what it is we need and want. And to that end, for this specific vote, I'm very reluctant to vote to endorse very specific language here, and I'm not, I'm not comforted that on the one hand we hear, well, you're just voting for a library, and after July that'll all change, and then under further questioning it's, well, no, actually you can't change the site or the size or much else. So I know if I voted for this, that tomorrow people will be able to wave it around and say, you're in favor of this, you just voted for it. Well, I've got a lot of concerns personally. I'm happy to see the process go forward, but I don't want it to be driven by this particular grant schedule.
Can I comment?
Okay, we'll take Mark.
So, we know what the grant schedule is. Historically, it's been every 6 to 8 years that they do these construction rounds. We know that if we submit the grant now, in July, we'll know our relative place on the list and have a relatively good idea what year we would get the money in. We don't know exactly, it's going to depend on other towns' vote and how much money the state allocates every year. But come July, if we submit, if you sign off and we submit, we will know approximately when we get the money. It doesn't affect other town projects other than potentially taking the money down the road, but if you're going to it's going to do that no matter what. If you're trying to figure out space here, everything's always competing against one another, and they all have to be weighed and prioritized by the town, right? We're not asking to be put higher on the list than the other projects. We're just asking that we are allowed to go forward where we can get, $6 to $8 million from the state for this at some point in the future when they approve it, right? If you don't sign it, we know that we're not getting $6 to $8 million and we're not going forward with the new library, and then we'll have to figure out what the space is, constraints are, until the next round comes up, right?
Okay, but all of that, Mark, the timeline for the current round presumes agreement that this is the proposal that we're all supportive of.
It says that you think that the slope site's a good site, and this building looks roughly the size and what we would like it to look from dimensions, right? Which is the same thing that we've been presenting here for several months, and was voted on several months ago. We picked the site back in September.
Okay.
It hasn't changed. The building has changed very little since September. It's changed a little bit in size and a little bit in orientation. That's all. Nothing has changed in quite some time. So it's not a shock what we're presenting. The one part that has
No, but
changed.
I raised those same doubts when that was the proposal last September. What
And
is a
we've had-
shock here is that we aren't being asked to sign on to a roughly proposition. It's all the provisions and conditions herein proposition.
So can I ask what happens when we go for a school? Do the selectmen have to sign off on, or Keith have to sign off when we do a school grant to say that someone
have.
knows about it?
We have.
And how is that different than this process?
We had common agreement on those projects.
I think many of those grants were undersigned by the school department as well.
Well, I know the
Well, we're
town
understanding
has too.
It's just, and those grants are all conditional on town funding and everything else going forward. This is the same process.
Okay, we'll take the last hands that are up, and we'll just start from this way, because I saw this hand up first. Yes.
So Amy Tarlewis at Omega Way in Littleton. I mean, I think, time and time again at the master plan processing, everyone has identified the library as one of our highest priorities. I think people in the town have made it very clear that we want this project to go forward. I mean, it does need to have its checks and its balances along the way, and things need to go to town vote, and we need to go through that process. But I think town people have clearly identified this as a significant project that they want to have move forward, and that the library is like critical to our town.
Thank you, I'm right behind you.
Katie Caruth. I echo what Amy said. I was at the master plan committee meeting, and the library came up as a priority from like the majority of the groups that were discussing planning going forward and what they wanted to see in this town, and that's actually documented in the master plan materials. Also, as far as seniors and teens are concerned, if you don't sign this piece of paper, you're depriving all of our seniors the opportunity to vote on this project. And I'm not sure that anybody here can speak for what the seniors want or what is best for the teens. I know there's a room for the teens in this building. There's many ways to accommodate the entire community. So I just, please, I appreciate that people want to speak out, for the seniors, but you really should give them the opportunity to vote, I think.
So my question is, can we build a library without a grant?
Yes.
So even if we don't get a grant, it doesn't mean that we can't build a library here in town, is that correct?
We just have to find our own funding for it.
It would just cost twice as much to the town,
Why would it cost twice as much?
because we get 50% of the money from the
Yeah, but we
state.
have to build a certain size to get that money. So can you build a little smaller, you do additions, can you still get what you're looking for and maybe not spend that kind of money? Like, I don't think by not saying yes to this tonight, it doesn't mean that we can't have a library. It just means, yes, we may not get grant funding, which means then we're not stuck to this very specific of what size it has to be, because we haven't been able to agree for any of that at town meeting. It hasn't been brought to the public to be able to vote on that yet. So we have a plan that's set, but based on what the trustees are looking for, not based on what has come to town and been voted for yet. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's accurate.
So, for the last 2 years, there's been a community needs assessment, we've talked to the community, we built a building program. The building program is how the layout of the building was laid out, how big it should be. We've had a lot of input from the public already. And as far as the building, when we presented this a couple of months ago, it was about 24,000 square feet, now it's 22,000 square feet from a 16,000 square foot building. And we can make it a little smaller, but it kind of defeats the purpose of what we're going for. The children's room is overcrowded, we need more space for books and for meetings, and there's a reason that it's the size it is. And we presented this for the last few months.
How many of those meetings were televised?
2 or 3.
We had a televised meeting at the beginning of this month, presenting the exact proposal that we have out
Two.
there.
Over the entire process, 2 meetings were televised. So there was stuff out there, certainly, but.
They've all been advertised, they've all been open.
Understood.
I'd like to also add, if you choose not to support this, then we're not going forward with a new library for the foreseeable future, because there's no funds of it. Because we're not coming to the town to ask for that much money. There's no point. Why would we, why?
Well, as the suggestion that was made, if part of this was driven by the prospective reimbursement process, what would you do differently if you didn't have those?
It wouldn't be substantially cheaper. I don't believe it would be substantially cheaper if we tried to add on or do something different, right? It would have to be part of conjunction with the rest of the needs of the building, right?
Well, the only point where we had a dialogue, I think it was last August, maybe September, that put under some scrutiny the assumptions made on, say, the expansion or the renovation possibilities. There was a lot of questions raised about the the veracity of the numbers associated with expanding. People were doubting, those people with construction backgrounds were doubting that. But we never heard back on that. I mean, there's been a lot of dialogue, but I don't see what that's generated in terms of any change in direction or change in the program. Sure, people get presented with what's been decided, but not much of it's changed, or not much reflects concerns raised about the structural capacity to hold the books. I mean, that was doubted, and then it's never been corroborated. And again, the notion that just strikes a lot of people's obvious eye of being able to put out the back of the building and add effectively double the space you presently have, why that is financially infeasible, but building a whole new building over here isn't.
So, go ahead. So the architect, when we took a look at all the possible options, it was determined that the renovating the current building, with the grant, the structural integrity of the building, as it is now, would not meet the standards of MDLC. So when we were approaching this with the grant in mind, we'd have to first...
What were the problems?
We would have to reinforce the structural integrity of the building, because it's not meeting the standards of, it was supposed originally to be a school, so...
So the engineering documents that we've gotten didn't make those claims. It said it was structurally sound.
It's not that it's not structurally sound, it's that it's not designed to be a library. So
It's probably designed beyond the specifications for a library. The library specifications today are 150 pounds per square foot. So we don't know, this could be 300 pounds per square foot. We don't know that.
We don't. But so there were other issues like expanding it to the back would, it would have required different floor heights because of the way the standards are today. It would have, the elevator would have been difficult to...
Designing on the slope doesn't involve different floor heights?
No.
No, because we're connected to this building. So basically the whole issue is that we're connected to this building with renovating it.
Well, I see that as a plus from a
So for modern buildings, the floor height is not the same, right? For a municipal building, we would have, so that was one issue.
To your point, with 33 other communities, there's a lot of other communities that have built onto their existing libraries and they've made it work.
Yeah,
Those buildings were built
see what they did in
twice.
Harvard, they did a great job up there.
Yeah.
I
think we need to go to a vote then.
Yes. Problem is, even after all of that discussion, I don't have my own mind made up. We need to stop the discussion. You're absolutely right. I mean, I'm of the same mind as Joe. Yeah, anyway, I'd need a motion though, so. Just decide on the fly.
Go ahead. Move that the Board of Selectmen vote to accept the representations made by the library trustees in its application. Are we, before I make this motion, are we comfortable with the motion as written? We're gonna move forward with the motion.
Is the town council left?
He's got the conservation.
Is there a way of putting it in there that you don't attest to the facts of the...
Yeah, how do we,
What does that do for you guys for the application? I mean, I think that screws the pooch as far as the application is concerned. I mean, it's gonna invalidate our signature.
The funding agency just wants to see a signature
Yeah,
or
they
not,
won't win
and
this
the
motion.
board has, the selectmen has to decide what it takes you to get a signature there or not.
so
I'll
what
read it
if,
as written, see if we have any amendments made. Move that the Board of Selectmen vote to accept the representations made by the library trustees in its application for a grant under the Mass Public Library Construction Program, and authorize the chairman of the Board of Selectmen to sign said grant application as the town's official representative as required by the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners, in order to preserve for town meeting voters the ability to decide whether to proceed with this funded building project or not.
Can we add something onto that, though?
Sure. Has been seconded.
And I don't know how to word it, but does not have the official responsibility for the project and does not attest to all the facts that are in the document.
So use that same language that is in, on page 34, paragraph D.
Yeah.
Or however, at the end of that, however, the board does not certify or intend to carry out all the provisions and conditions agreed, delineated in this application?
If you put that in, I guess you'd put the chair in an awkward position of being, having to
Sending a
decide
do and do not.
on her own authority whether she has the ability to sign that.
See, I was trying to take the pressure off for us, saying that we just don't have the facts. That was my,
Right.
maybe I'm not wording it right, I'm just trying to put it in there. that-
I'm using the words from the actual
Right.
the application.
Yeah, the intent of the motion, frankly, was to, in essence, have you defer that judgment. I mean, the application requires that whoever signs it certify that the application is correct, and in some fashion by deferring that judgment to the library trustees, based on what they've represented to you.
Is that what?
That you're deferring to their judgment that the application they've submitted is correct.
Right.
So,
Do you want that language
because
out
we
again?
can't make that determination on our own. All we can do is defer to their judgment or not,
Well
I
said.
think, so.
Do you want to put however at the end of that? However, the Board of Selectmen does not certify or intend to carry out all the provisions and conditions as
Well, I
agreed.
just, whatever I do, I don't want to put,
Yeah, I think
I think that would turn our work.
that'll do what you said about, with the pooch.
Yeah. Apologize. Sometimes the Jamaica plane comes out.
I think I see your intention, though. It's that, a way to allow them to pass without, saying I can put my hand up and swear by this document, which I can't do. Okay, well, we have a motion as read.
I will second that. Can we have further discussion?
Sure.
Yes.
I just want to point out that I am going to vote for this, but I'm very reluctant for all the reasons that's already been pointed out left and right. I still think it's wrong. I think we've been painted into a corner. I think it's unfortunate. But I'd rather see it go to the town meeting so all these things can be expressed. I'm not saying that I'm behind it right now.
I ditto what he just said also. I think, you put a large project and put the Board of Selectmen in a corner by giving a commitment, whether it's just a schematic or not. You're asking the board to certify something that we really had no input on, so.
I intend to vote against it with the firm knowledge that we could probably be better served in deciding what project the town supports first and figuring out the grant piece of it after.
I subscribe to the same philosophy. The fact that the school committee kicked it down the road and then the planning board kicked it down the road, and to Joe's point, we're painted in a corner. I agree with you, Paul.
I could flip a coin. I agree both ways.
Well, it's been moved and seconded, so you can call the vote.
All right.
Well, you could run out the back door.
That'd be
Well, you-
probably the wise thing to do at this point. The meeting's gonna get,
Coin?
yeah. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Man. All those in favor say aye. Aye. I'll let you go. There you go. I don't disagree with you guys at all. Okay, now that's 200 degrees in
Lesson
here.
learned here, I think.
Thank you for all your work.
Yeah, I think more participation before this board, when this board puts anything before the town, we openly, not saying you hadn't, all I'm saying is a better participation within each board would have been more palatable. Okay, as far as maybe seeing the application prior to Friday. In essence, that just puts us in a bad way, that's all I'm saying.
We apologize for that. We didn't actually even know until just a couple days. Sam told me a little while ago, within the past week or so, that we needed a signature. We didn't know.
For a process that happens every 4 to 5 years, and to get an application a month ago, I have a hard time with that, but it's done, it's done.
It's done. Okay, well said. Thank you. Thank you all. Okay, let's move right along here. I jinxed this at the beginning of this meeting.
You got 10 minutes
Yep.
before our public hearings start in the next 40 minutes.
All right, let's do public public input, please. Public input, yes.
Brian Charbonneau, I sent all of y'all notice about the proposal for the, a way to, I believe, to make town meeting votes go quicker. I don't know, I'll just give it a short summary of it now, because I'm not sure if I'm going to take citizens' input during the proposal, but I think we all agree that the ballot and checklist for every time we go through a town meeting vote is painful. We saw just how painful it was. My proposal is that we all check in once already when we check in the first time. My proposal is that at that time, we get a token. I say token because I'm in the security field. Token, basically a wristband, okay, that identifies you as someone who has been checked off. When it's time for a vote, you don't have to go to a specific location. You go to any of the locations, you present your wristband, they cross out the number of the vote, because you know how many votes are we going to have. You cross out, yeah, this is vote number 1, this is vote number 2. You simply present that, they check it off, and they hand you the ticket, and you vote. It eliminates needing to know where to go, it eliminates the line, it eliminates rechecking you off, because you've already been checked off. I think it would dramatically speed things up, and it's a low-cost option.
Thank you. And that is a topic that we will get to. All right, very good. Any other public, yes?
So Amy Charlie Lewis at 3 Omega Way. So I submitted the citizens petition for the ballot and checklist for November town meeting, and I'm still, and I know I pulled it from the floor, but I'm very still interested in that idea. I think there's a real public appetite for more transparent government, and for people to have more access to voting and having more access to like better ways of voting, and more be able to vote on more things. I'd still like to pursue maybe my citizen petition maybe in another form. I don't know if the Board of Selectmen would sort of consider maybe a committee to kind of look at the issue more deeply. But I think, town meeting went really late, and I think they generally go late. I'd like the town to, it came up at the master planning process, is that maybe we should consider moving town meeting to be two nights, so that we don't have to go so late. Maybe we should consider putting a hard stop, no new motions on the floor past 10:30, so that we can all get out of there. Maybe some time limits on presentations or time at the mic. But I would, I'm really interested in Brian's idea. I think I would still like to improve the culture, the atmosphere when we vote, and improve the hand counting. I think we've made some pretty big decisions on, just 6 hands, and no fault to the people who are counting the hands, but I think it's a really large crowd, and to count that many people, there's always going to be a margin of error, and I think we should really look more carefully at that. And I think there are just more issues that should come to town meeting that we should be voting on, more expenditures that we should be allowed to vote on. And so I'm interested to hear your thoughts. I don't know if it's a committee set up, or maybe I submit another citizens petition, but I'm still very interested in my idea. So.
Okay. And that's on our next agenda, well, it's coming up in the agenda, put it that way. Okay, any other yes, Chief?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to invite the members and the chairwoman to we're in a departmental meeting, full departmental meeting on Friday morning. I know it's difficult for most of you, but I do want to extend the invitation. We try to do those once or twice a year. This one is coming up on Friday. Go to local, 8 a.m., stop in, say hello, have a cup of coffee, share breakfast with the men and women in the department, and then we're going to go off into our departmental meeting. But I did want to extend the invitation.
Thank you, Chief. I'm writing it down for Chuck. All right, very good. And yes?
I just wanted to, Katie, have some input about the process for the town meeting. I just want to suggest that I think it would be helpful. I mean, we voted on, what, $12 million that night. And I think that there were a lot of questions about the sewer project. There wasn't time to really do a thorough presentation. I think there needs to be more information sessions about the big spending that's going on. And also, I don't think that it was unwieldy process to have those two votes. And voting like that late on a Wednesday night makes it really hard for a lot of people to participate, particularly the seniors who probably don't like to drive at night, don't want to stand in line to vote for an hour each time. So I just want to, suggest we think about ways to make it easier for everybody to weigh in and vote.
Okay. Again, a topic coming up here. All right, any other input? Okay, members' input. Let's see, we've got 5 minutes. Let's start with you, Joe.
Just want to point out that I think it was last Saturday, 3 members of the Board of Selectmen, a member of the Planning Board, and other people had the ability to go to Rochester, New Hampshire, to take a look at Sanctuary Medicine. If that's the correct name. But it's the company that will be building a place that's going to make medical marijuana up on Taylor Street. I just want to point out how impressed I was with the whole process, much different than what I ever thought. It's complete security, and to find out, I don't want to take that much time, but the way they do it, the plants they make are specified for a certain kind of illness, and a lot of the plants do not have THC in them, which is the part of recreational marijuana that makes you high. It is all medical. We went through 3 different rooms of plants. They told us how they did it. We went to the lab. They showed us how they were able to take the blossoms and make it into a tart type of thing. Then we went to the kitchen, and in the kitchen they showed you, you no longer, if you have a patient that has a real problem, they don't have to smoke it or anything like that. They can put it in candy bar, they can put it in a brownie, they can put it in a salve. So it was entirely different than, I'm glad I went, and I wish everyone could do it, but they don't allow it to happen. But I was very impressed with the whole process.
Great update. I read that already.
Sure. Few things. December 25th, won't be around for the master plan. I'm bringing my son down. January, I'm sorry. January 25th. I'm bringing my son down to Washington DC, so I won't be at the master plan. Be back on Thursday, hopefully, weather permitting. Also, prior to my vacation, Keith, Jim Clyde, and Chris, our new highway director, met with Mass DOT. Spoke about this in previous meetings, how they're gonna be doing 119, 110, the intersection at the Common from Westford to 495 and from Acton to the 495 bridge. We had a great discussion about the implorable conditions of sidewalks and the curbing and all sorts of issues that I think need to be addressed in this project. It's not every day you get Mass Highway coming through the center of town to fix a road. So we want to make sure we brought everything to their attention. Had a fantastic meeting. Mass Highway, this project is for more of the road surfacing and some of the sidewalks. We talked about sidewalks all the way down to Shaker Lane after the Cooper property is developed. So they're gonna come back to us, we're gonna have another meeting, and hopefully get some more out of this project, this maintenance project, they're calling it, for 119 and 2A, and get on their radar some other needs for the town in regards to bike lanes, sidewalks, safety issues that we feel need necessary in regards to adding crosswalks, to get it on their radar. So it's about a 5-year wait, is that what it is for when they put the, what is it? For the tip.
Yeah,
It's about a
5 to 10 years.
5 to 10 year wait, so at least we get something on their radar to help us out. Looking very, sooner than that. So we're not gonna let up pressure, we wanna get some stuff done, and we'll report back when we hear back from them. They were very good taking care of the Willow Road issue, so hopefully we get some consideration for our needs.
Excellent, thank you.
Oh, and go Patriots.
Selectman Glavy.
No, we're well enough behind schedule that I'm happy to.
Okay, check Mrs. Shot unless he comes back in like 1 minute, but I'm gonna spit out mine very quickly. What do we got here? Okay, let's just open the hearing literally.
Good, you wanna take it back? All right.
Are we gonna postpone everything else and do the hearing? What are we gonna do?
Yeah, we're gonna have to do the hearing, yeah. But I just wanna,
We've got hearings at 8, 8:10, 8:20, 8:30.
yeah. So,
Where's the hearing notice? All right, so,
Yeah, I got 8
little, what's that? It's 8 o'clock.
o'clock.
Littleton Board of Selectmen announces the availability of one package store license for the sale
We're
of.
gonna do 6.
Oh, 6.
Six, yep.
First and then 7.
I'm sorry. My bad, I jumped.
Transfer the
Yeah,
location of the
got it,
existing license
got
first.
it. Littleton Board of Selectmen will conduct a public hearing on Monday, January 23rd at 8 PM in Littleton Town Offices, room 10337 Shag Street, Littleton, Mass. 01460, to act on an all-alcoholic package store change of location application under Mass General Law, Chapter 138, subsection 15, as submitted by Samuel E. Park, managing member of the Littleton Liquors LLC, to relocate its current license from 320 Great Road to 340 Constitution Ave, Littleton, Mass., also known as 495 Great Road, in which application is available for review in the town offices in room 306. The applicant is seeking approval to move the current all alcohol package store license from 320 to 340 Constitution Ave. The premises described as a one-story building with one room that is approximately 12,000 square feet and will be located on parcel 1-2 of the assessors map, map R18, unit B-1-1. No other changes are proposed to the license. Comments thereon can be submitted in writing to the Town Selectmen, Town Administrator's Office, 37 Shag Street, Littleton, Mass. 01460, by noon Friday, January 20, 2017, or in person at the hearing. Littleton Board of Selectmen, Melissa Hebert, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, the public hearing is now open. Now, to Joe's point, though, we do still have members update, that's fine, but then we had a joint meeting with FinCom and school committee scheduled for 7, which was an hour ago, and a discussion with the town moderator, clerk, and town council on the town meeting, basically. So I guess we don't have a lot of choice, right? We have to ask for patience from folks.
This one should go pretty quick, though.
Yeah, I think so. We can do
Although
this.
there are specific times set of
Times.
it.
Every 10 minutes, you'll come back to this, but
Right.
the sooner you deal with each, well, let me say, you've got a finite policy issue here, okay, with with an applicant who's looking to move their license from one location to another.
That's what I'm saying. It's
Yeah.
number 6, we
So
can.
this one,
That
this
one,
one's
okay.
easy.
And then we
The
can
next-
get something else done,
The next
maybe.
group will be, you will hear from 3 applicants.
Right.
You will only have,
Which is
you will
that?
only be able to, there's only one rose.
Yeah, so make a decision, yeah.
Okay, so let's.
Till 8:10.
8:10, okay, so let's deal with, first things first, so the transfer of the location of the liquor license.
Sam here? Anybody representing Sam here?
Anyone representing Sam?
Yeah, yeah, sure.
There you go.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Cheryl Gould for the applicant, which is Sam Parkett's Littleton Liquors LLC. Sam Parkett's the owner. This is Sam Parkett's general jack of all trades, Peter Katrubis.
We think of him as Stefan's dad now.
Stefan's dad.
We used to think
Stefan's
of,
dad, right.
yeah, we used to think of Stefan as Peter's son. I mean, the other way around.
So a little history, some time ago when the Burns Neshoba package store was going out of business and needed to be sold, Mr. Park stepped in and helped the Burns family and took over that license, hired, as you know, my husband to manage the license, and essentially always intended to bring it to the point. And they're at the point now where they have enough tenants in the building and they want to bring the license to the point. So this is an application to transfer it.
Essentially, the liquor store license is symbiotic to the grocery store, and our intent was always to have the two of them side by side. The liquor store draws customers to the grocery store draws customers to the liquor store. That was basically the relationship that existed with Donlands and Neshoba Liquors previously. So ultimately, our goal was to bring it to that site. Until it was fully built out and fully tenanted, there was no sense in doing that. We did not want to pocket the license. We wanted it available to the community. So we did have Dominic managing it for us for the last 2 years.
Almost 3.
Yeah, almost 3 years. So now we are moving to the point, and ultimately, I think that once we have it at the point, we will also be looking for a permanent owner other than Sam Parking Company.
A new manager.
Yeah, we're basically not in the liquor business.
For a new manager. Okay, so that history makes sense, take us back a little ways, that happened a while ago, so that's what happened there. Any questions, comments?
Even though you're gonna be looking for a new owner of that license, prospectively, a new manager, you do have units in mind for it, and again, you said that that's the
Yes,
the
340.
space next to...
It's a space next door to Market Basket.
Okay, and how big is that?
12,000 square feet.
And the number 340 Constitution Ave is that space that's, the compartment that's right next to Market Basket.
Okay, so this first public hearing is about basically the liquor license that Dominic's been managing uptown, transferring it back to the original purpose, no, what am I getting wrong?
It's never been at the point before.
It was always intended.
Oh, it was intended, okay, good point. If that was intended for use at that point, and it's to make that official, because you guys are ready to do that now, basically. That's the first motion. Second motion is then what do we do with the additional liquor license that we have now? Okay.
Separate public hearing.
It's a separate, we have 3 separate public hearings on that matter.
We need to close this one out.
This one is independent and just because we're all aware of it, we can say one of the 3 sites that's proposed for the new license is the current location of this, and you cannot have 2 licenses at one location, and so frankly, we tried to choreograph that so that when the governor signed the legislation that made it that was available, that if the applicant, if the business, or if they wanted to have a business at 320 with the new license, they have to relocate the existing license from 320 to somewhere else.
Okay. Any other discussion? We good? Look for a motion.
Motion to close the hearing, is that what you're looking for?
Second.
Then moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any public input? This is the license transfer article, or article.
Hearing closed.
Yeah, it's closed.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
Move that the Board of Selectmen vote pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 138, subsection 15, to approve the application of Samuel E. Park, Managing Member, Liquors, Littleton Liquors LLC, to approve the change of location of the alcoholic package store license from 320 Great Road to 340 Constitution Ave, The Point, for the sale of all alcoholic beverages Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 11 p.m., and on Sunday, 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. for the premises described as one-story building with one room of approximately 12,000 square feet. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we have 1 minute until, 2 minutes
Thank you.
till 7A, which is Littleton Convenience is 7A.
Move the minutes and things like that, you want to?
Yeah,
you can.
do it.
I'll move approval of the minutes.
It looks
Even
good.
though Clancy didn't put mention of my name in there too much.
He had you seconding the motion.
Yeah, you seconded a couple.
You can second.
That's not even accurate, I don't think.
I went back and looked at the film, I went page by page. You did okay.
Good job. All right, do I have a second?
Second.
The moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, minutes are done. 1 minute. And then if we want to have, remind me, Littleton Convenience, if you guys want to already come up, you're up in 1 minute.
And what you could probably do, just to frame the issue, that I put it in agenda item 7 as sort of a guide, because what you cannot vote to approve 7A, 7B, and 7C. That they're just as a frame of reference for everyone. There's, the governor signed into law a special act that was petitioned by town meeting, which adds to our quota 1 additional all-alcoholic package store license, which is available only for that section of town known as Littleton Common, which we're which we use as the overlay district Area A. And so when the governor signed the act, we posted a notice. We notified all of our current licensees and anyone else who had expressed interest in the license, and set a deadline of Thursday, January 5th, to submit an application to us for the one available license, with the idea that that's our publication deadline that Thursday for tonight's meeting, so that we would have we would schedule hearings on any application that we receive. And we received a total of 3, which are the ones shown here. The order of the hearings is in the order in which we received the applications. For Littleton Convenience, 12 Jennifer Street is first, then Liquors on the Common, 320 Road next, and then Common Convenience, 5 Stevens Street. So the board will actually be opening and conducting 3 separate hearings at 8:10, 8:20, and 8:30, at the conclusion of which they will if the decision is to be made tonight, approve one and disapprove the other 2. But you would not be, so you'd be essentially ruling on each one, but just as the framework of what's up, 3 applications, 1 license.
So we'll hear from
one decision.
each applicant,
Each
ask for
one-
public input,
Right.
and then move on to the next one, and then make a decision at the end. All right, we need to open up
The 8:10.
Here we go, 8:10, public hearing. Littleton Board of Selectmen announces the availability of 1 package store license for the sale of all liquor, all alcoholic beverages not to be drunk on the premises for an establishment located in Littleton Village.
You know what, that's the notice that we sent out inviting applications. You want to go to agenda item 7A, I'm sorry.
Very good. There it is.
And there's the notice.
Littleton Board of Selectmen will conduct a public hearing on Monday, January 23rd, 2017, at 8:10 PM in the Littleton Town Offices, Room 103, 37 Shattuck Street, Littleton, Mass. 01460, to act on a change of license category application with wine and malt only to all alcoholic beverages, Littleton Common only, under Mass General Law, Chapter 138, subsection 15, and Chapter 335 of the Acts of 2016, as submitted by J. Ram Kabar, manager of J. Ram Kabar, Inc., LLC, doing business as Littleton Convenience, for its license located at 12 Jennifer Street, in which application is available for review at Littleton Town Office in room 306. The applicant is seeking for approval for the sale of all alcoholic beverages Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 11 p.m., and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. Premises is described as a 1-story brick building, 2 storefront doors, an emergency rear exit door, and a business located at 12 Jennifer Street, Littleton, Mass. Assessors map U10, 74A. Comments thereon may be submitted in writing to the Selectmen, Town Administrator's Office, 37 Shattuck Street, Littleton, Mass. 01460, by noon Friday, January 20th, 2017, or in person at the hearing. Littleton Board of Selectmen, Melissa Hebert, Chairman.
Whew, that was a mouthful.
We got 2 more to go, folks.
Thank goodness, good job. Okay, welcome.
Thank you very much.
I could say ditto, yeah.
So my name is Matt Porter. I'm the attorney for J. Ram Kabir. I'm here with Atul Bhagat, who's the manager of Littleton Convenience. As I'm sure most of you are aware, I think we were here back in the fall.
Not long ago.
Yeah, we had purchased the Tedeschi store, and at that time had transferred the beer and wine license. So, since that time, I think the business has operated in the same manner as it has leading up to that. We've had no issues certainly with the sale of the beer and wine. We've actually had quite a few clients come into the store, asking for spirits and different products, of which to this point we were unable to offer. We believe that we have the space to offer that within the location. We have the parking lot that would be adequate for any additional customers that would be coming in, as well as a location that's a little bit off of the downtown area. I don't believe it would create much of a traffic issue at all there. In relation to Common Convenience, which is one of the other applicants, they tend to be, or I believe, are directly located to another liquor store with an all-alcohol license. So in comparison, though, they're a great store, we just feel that our separation from that makes it a little bit more feasible for the town, a little bit more practical than having 2 all-alcohol package stores located directly.
And that just changed about 5 minutes ago.
relocated that one.
They're
to that
gone as
point.
well. Okay, so they're gone. Okay.
Well, they're also applying for the same license. The license was transferred to a different section of town, just literally 5 minutes ago.
Okay, all right, so,
Things change real time around here, but understand where you're there.
I guess my confusion here then would be, so I've noticed that, so 320 Great Road, is that moving as well?
No. No. There won't be any license. If they don't get the license tonight, there is no package store there. They've
Okay,
applied for the
understood,
same
but there is
license.
The license that was
The
there has been
license that,
moved.
the license that's currently 320 Great Road was, the board voted tonight to approve the request to relocate it to the point. So it will be next to Market Basket. So of the 3 applicants tonight, if the applicant for 320 Great Road, which is the next hearing, doesn't, if they don't get this one license, then there will not be a package store at 320 Great Road.
Chief, Deputy Chief, any comments from your side on this particular, where's Chief? There is, I said Deputy Chief, and I will do public input after. Any comments?
There's been no issues since the transfer. We haven't had any complaints of any kind, and so everything's been operating smoothly.
Okay, good.
I guess the question that I would have for the board then, I'm just a bit confused as to what the Littleton Common requirement was. Because if, was the idea to get another liquor store into the Littleton Common area?
Because
That's what I'm confused on.
Yeah, the idea was that because the intent, as was said during the 8 o'clock hearing, because the intent was always to have a package store at
Downtown.
at the point.
All right.
That the
A limited number of licenses.
that we were reminded earlier this year by that current licensee that their intent was to transfer the license to the point, as had been the plan. They told us that when we issued that license initially, 2 or 3 years ago. And the recognition was when that happened, since we didn't have any more all-alcohol licenses available under our quota, that at the point at which that license got transferred to the point, there would be no all-alcohol package store licenses in Littleton Common anymore. And for that reason, we might want to petition the state legislature to give us authority to get another one. And in fact, and so we did that. We wrote it in such a way that it was earmarked specifically for Littleton Common only, so that the area, to meet the need and convenience for that area, and so that we
Part of the
have a
vision,
license.
part of the vision for the common has always been to build it up and to sustain at least what we have there. So we saw that as the board felt a need to have at least another package store in the common area for the residents. So we petitioned the state, we first petitioned the residents said yes, and then the state said yes, here we are tonight.
Hearing your
ready to award.
applications.
Okay, yeah, I guess my confusion was, just the way that I was looking at it, and perhaps I'm just confused with the amount of items that are here, but it just looked to me as though there was a liquor store coming into, or applying for the location at 320 Gray Road, and the location at 320 Gray Road was applying elsewhere into town.
That's right.
So
That's right.
if I'm looking at that, it just seems as though there's one coming in and one going out. I'm not clear
Well,
as to
there's one
how
go-
that creates
There's
more.
There's one going out, for sure, and that was the,
Yet to
what
be
was,
determined.
that's what was, happened at 8 o'clock, that hearing, that the license at 320 Great Road is on the move to the point, and
Bottom
when it-
line, there's 3 companies vying for one.
Right.
Right.
We're asking you, what, we want to hear from you why you think that Littleton Convenience now goes for a liquor store? Why do you want to be a
Well, I
package?
think we're more than adequate to handle that. I'm just confused if the direction was to create more in Littleton Common. I'm just confused as to why one is going into that location while one is moving out. It just seems to me that.
No, it's to make sure that we had one.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay, public input on this particular, sorry. Yes, member input.
You were talking about the size of the store.
Yes.
Do you have a layout of where you would have your liquor section and where you'd have your candy section and?
Yes, we have 2,400 square foot, and we have enough space to put liquor in the store.
I guess my question is, can you show us what section you're gonna have that in, and how's it gonna be separated from, are you still gonna act as a convenience store?
I think it might be second to last. Let's see here.
Does the plan submitted show us where the
Yes,
alcoholic
we have a lot
beverages?
of space behind the counter.
Is that where it's gonna be, behind the counter?
Yes, whole wall.
But you're not gonna be removing some of the food aisle?
Yeah, we will move a little bit toward the coolers. And even we have a lot of space in between aisles also.
I guess my question is, on this diagram, where's the liquor section gonna be?
Here is registration, our register, and we have a lot of space from here to here. And there is a lot of space in between aisles. We can make short aisle and make one more aisle here.
Okay, my question is, once again, what section is gonna be dedicated simply to liquor?
In this area.
So to the side of your current cash, to the left-hand side?
Up to that door. Door is in the middle of the store.
Yeah, it sounds like you're right to the left of there. That's what I think I'm hearing.
We're running up against the next time.
We have to open up the next.
Should we close this hearing?
No, keep them all, keep them
Then
all.
open the next one.
So I'll open up the next hearing and then we can suspend it.
Thank you.
Wait,
We haven't made
We're
a
not done.
decision yet.
sorry, we're just opening the.
Yeah, we're just going to the next
Just gonna
hearing.
open up the next hearing.
Sorry.
All right, the Littleton Board of Selectmen will conduct the public hearing on Monday, January 3rd, 8:20, as written and as
Don't go away, man.
mentioned in the last posting. The applicant is, now I gotta read this, yeah. We'll conduct a public hearing January 8:20 in the Littleton Town Offices, Room 103, 37 Shack Street, Littleton, Mass. 01460, act on all alcoholic beverage store, Littleton Common only. License application under Mass General Law 138, subject 15, Chapter 335, Acts of 2016, as submitted by Dominic J. Seven Jr. Proposed manager of the Great Road Liquors, Inc., doing business as Liquors on the Common for the property located at 320 Great Road, which the application is available for review at Littleton Town Offices, Room 306. The applicant is seeking approval for all alcoholic beverage package store, Littleton Common only, license at the premise described, first floor unit, consisting of approximately 1,400 square feet of retail space and approximately 500 square feet of storage space, together with the right to use significant parking spaces and loading areas as shall be necessary for leasee's business at 320 Great Road, Littleton, Mass. Assessors map, U07, parcel 41-0. Comments therein may be submitted in writing to Selectmen, Town Administrator's Office, 37 Shack Street, Littleton, Mass. 01460, by noon Friday, January 20, or in person at the hearing, Littleton Board of Selectmen, Melissa Hebert.
Okay, public hearing's open, but I think we didn't get a chance to finish that last one, so.
No, you want to have all of them open until you make a decision.
Yeah.
I understand that, but shouldn't they be back then?
Okay.
Finish up with that?
Okay, here they come. Okay, great. So, did you get your answer, Joe?
No.
No. Okay, so we'll go back to the schematic and where the dedicated area for the liquor would be. So if you just want to, maybe you could come up here and, where's my, here we go. Chuck's thing. Here, do you want to go ahead and just draw them? It's mine.
This is a register. This is fourth area we can use. Even we have a lot of space here.
So the register would move or around the register?
Yeah, we around the register. Here we have cigarette and this
Mhm.
whole space is empty. I would say like a.
Don't you have a cooler there?
The cooler is right here, but we have a lot of cooler empty right now, and we are planning to get rid of. Actually, we already got rid of one cooler we had here, and we had here wine and beer. The shelf we are planning to get rid of that. We have these 3 aisles that we are planning to make it 4, and we're gonna cut down here little bit space. We have cooler here sitting. We have that's eating energy. This cooler is empty. Here we have ice. This freezer is only 30% full right now. Pepsi. Here we have cooler.
Okay.
And here this is just sitting area. In the morning, if you
Mhm.
come
Yeah.
6 o'clock, there are like 8-10 people sitting.
Yeah, breakfast club.
Or nothing.
Okay,
So
so.
we have enough space.
I guess, I'm not really talking about the space, I'm just trying to figure out where, you have a coffee area, so you're not gonna allow those people to be there in the morning, because it's gonna be.
No, we will little bit reallocate, we'll change.
Okay.
I guess my concerns would be if you're gonna have a package store within a grocery store or a convenience store, is, kids coming in, having the access to, the liquor and all the other stuff that goes along with the package store. And as Joe said, I'd be concerned as to the layout, but.
I guess just to that concern itself, we have operated under a beer and wine license, since the October, and these guys have had, many years of experience in that industry, so.
Gotcha.
Just the expansion just off of the beer and wine to, an all alcohol license, I don't think, would create any sort of impediment for us to, operate in the same responsible manner that we have been. We don't see it as any more challenging to, to keep children away from beer and wine as we would from, full liquor, nor would our policies regarding carding everybody change. All the safeguards that we have in place to make sure that those things aren't issues, they would remain in place, certainly.
I guess my question wasn't responsibility. I personally wanted to make sure there's a separate section that's gonna be liquors, and do you have enough space, and have that separated from your candies and everything else. When I took a look at this diagram, I couldn't tell you if you're gonna have the whiskey bottle right next to the candy. It was not specified on this. That's what my concern was.
Yeah, they would certainly be separated from the convenience items, and then as far as, any sort of, grabbable objects, if those are nips, small things like that would all be behind the counter. None of those things would ever be accessible. So, as far as the bottles, there'd be certainly as, specified area as there is now with the beer and wine being away from those items. We'd be sure to keep those things separated. And the nips, any of those small objects would all be behind the counter. It wouldn't be in a, basket or anything along those lines.
Okay, Mr. Levy.
Well, I think this is unique in that it's a competitive process since we have one new license and 3 people, 3 entities angling for it. I don't have any further questions. I'm glad you folks are having success since you came here to town, but I would think that you probably should have a proposal a little more thought out before trying to get a full liquor license. But I'd like to hear the other 2 proposals, obviously.
Okay, and public input, yes.
I'll speak to Raj, who's owned that business now for 4 months since I sold it. Beer and wine has been sold in that store for a decade and a half at least, by me. And I promise you, I did my best to be perfect. I know I wasn't. I don't see Raj as having any issues that, legally. I think I know where they want to put this stuff. I think they have it thought out. I think the problem is That's all I have to say. I think, consider him.
I thought I saw another hand go up. Was it you, sir?
Yes, Pete Barbell at Goldsmith Street, and I think the question was answered. I was curious as to how long the new owners have been serving Littleton. I think he said 4 months.
I did.
Okay. Any other public input? Yes.
Madam Chairman, Michael Zeldin, Loan Street. I'm a close neighbor of the new owners. And I can see their sign at night, and I can testify, since I'm up late at night, and up early in the morning. So far, so good. They're just as quiet as the previous owner has been. So if that continues, there'll be no difficulty. I have no way of predicting the future, but so far, so good. Shall we say, would welcome a convenience store where late at night, if you want to pick up something that you didn't think of during the day, perfect place to go. And that's what we want in the common. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Zeldin. Any other public input?
Okay.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. All right, move to, let's see.
We're almost, we probably should open.
Oh, we already have to go.
You vote, yeah, you might as well open the 8:30.
Here we go. This is the 8:30. Littleton Board of Selectmen will conduct a public hearing on Monday, January 23rd, 2017, at 8:30 PM in Littleton Town Offices, 103, Room 103, 37 Shattuck Street, Littleton, Mass. 01460, to act upon a change of license category application for wine and malt only to all alcoholic beverages, Littleton Common only, under Mass General Law, Chapter 138, subsection 15, and Chapter 335, Acts of 2016, as submitted by Joseph Manzer, manager of the 3J's and G Inc., doing business as Common Convenience, for its license located at 5 Stevens Street, in which application is available for review at the Littleton Town Office, Room 306. The applicant is seeking approval for the sale of all alcoholic beverages Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 11 p.m., and Sundays, 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. at the premises described as a one-story building with one main room, one walk-in cooler, and one single-person bathroom. There is one entrance and two exits, one regular exit and one emergency exit. The total area is 2,364 square feet for the business located at 5 Stevens Street, Great Road, Littleton, Mass. Assessors map U-10-34-0. Comments thereon may be submitted to the Selectmen Town Administrator's Office, 37 Shattuck Street, Littleton, Mass. 01460, by noon Friday, January 20th, or in person at the hearing. Littleton Board of Selectmen, Melissa Heber, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go back to 7B and bring up liquors on the common, 320 Great Roads. If you guys wanna come up.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm gonna let my husband do the talking because he's better at it.
Okay.
Dominic Seven. I've been a resident of this town for almost 6 years, and I've run the liquor store at 320 Great Road for 3 years. I knew this day was coming about a year ago, and I think we instituted the request for this new license that's being available now. I haven't had any problems there. I have a great business. I belong to the Littleton Small Business Association. I do work with the Rotary at Appleman, and shop local. My grandson's going to start in Shaker School this fall, and I'd like to get another chance to have this business. One of the things that the Small Business Association was saying, which y'all express, is that you want to keep businesses downtown. If I don't get the license, the business goes away. Whereas the other two entities, which are great people, if they don't get the license, their business still stays there. Excuse me. Yeah, I employ local, a lot of college students, pay taxes here, and I'm a disabled veteran, and I would hope that you all take that into consideration. And did I say I didn't have any violations?
You mentioned you didn't have any problems, and I did see that the chief has confirmed that as well, or chief or deputy chief, one of you two has confirmed that. Deputy chief, sorry. No issues or alcohol violations, and like we mentioned before, how many years have you been up?
3 years.
3 years.
Going on 4.
Going on.
And it's just the liquor store. No convenience items, outside of cigarettes and chips. But no children come in there, it's all over 21.
Okay.
3 dogs.
Good move.
All right, board, questions? Joe?
Tom, I didn't catch it. What's your hours of operation? What are they now, and what are you proposing to be?
The hours will stay the same. I'm open 10 a.m. Monday through Sunday. And I close Sunday nights at 7, and Monday and Tuesday nights at 9, and all other nights at 10 o'clock. I felt that in the later hours that people would be more likely to be intoxicated, and I didn't want to have to deal with that if they can't get their products, before those hours. I didn't necessarily want to miss customers.
So I guess, just to be clear, you don't own the existing license?
No, I
that's
don't.
gone.
I was just running it
So-
for Mr. Park.
Gotcha.
However, I built this business up from scratch, and I sort of like doing it, and I figured if I could continue on, it would give me something to do.
So essentially, he said, here, I got this license, you manage it. You
Right.
build it or not build it, or you are either successful or not successful.
Right.
I'm taking the license at some point and moving it down to the.
Exactly.
So you actually had the opportunity to build your business.
Yes, I did.
And thriving?
Thriving, really thriving.
All right. I like the point that you point out that, the objective of this board is to make that downtown area a better place to be. In the sense of keeping a small business operating is a good thing. I also happen to know that there's a lot of vacancies right next door. Those buildings haven't been filled, and Wilson's Pharmacy has been vacant for how long? Forever. And I think having another vacancy there isn't good. I know your building is under a new owner.
Yes.
I happened to meet Matt when he moved in. I went and introduced myself. He's done some great things to the building. I think it's a step forward for the town, so. I think you're doing a good job, right?
Okay, so
Tom, now that if it were to go under your own ownership and license, anything you would do differently or any proposed changes to the building or business?
No, not at all. Everything's running smooth. I don't want to expand. It's at a perfect size. I believe it's 1,400 square feet. I just have just enough to appease most of the customers.
Yeah. And another question, it's kind of a leading question, because I think I remember from conversation with you before that while this is your first in getting a license here in Littleton, you have had some experience managing a bar or restaurant before, is that right?
Yes, I spent 30 years in Texas, and 20 years of that I was either working for Anheuser-Busch distributor, and I started as a merchandiser, and I worked my way up to sales manager. And this is with a degree in criminal justice, which I never got to use. And I also ran nightclubs in San Antonio. And I ran 15 of them at one time when it just started out to liquor by the drink when I went down there in '74. And beforehand, you would have to bring your own bottle with you to the bar, and they would sell you setups. Well, when I went down there, they changed the law, and so we opened up a bunch of
Your
clubs.
lawyer's telling you to be quiet.
Yeah, I get that all the time.
I'm amazed, 15 bars in San Antonio for 20 years, and your Corey comes up clean. Well,
Yeah.
Different name.
not just a good
Criminal
guy.
justice,
That's what criminal justice comes to.
Okay.
I know you're jumping back in here, but we already did interview 7A, and now we're on 7B.
Okay, gotcha.
So, do you have any questions?
I don't, no, I think Dominic's running a good business there, and I think everything's been asked that's going to be asked.
Okay, let's see if there's any public input for Lookers on the Common. Yes.
This is the Bos Jan Road. If you do not get this license tonight, would you yourself move to Sam Park's building?
No. No, that's completely gone.
What do you mean
I
it's
already have
gone?
somebody else.
Oh, okay.
No, they have somebody else, sorry.
Okay, very good. Yes?
Peter Katrubis, representing The Point and Sam Park and Company. I'd like to speak in support of Dominic Sebin's application. We've had a very satisfactory business relationship. We hired, or rather contracted with Dominic to manage our liquor license until we could move it, based on the fact that he had some previous liquor experience. He's managed the operation for 3 years plus very satisfactorily and successfully built up the business there. So I would speak very much in support of his application.
Thank you. Any other public input? Yes.
I'd like to, Michael Zeldin, Low Street. I'm a close, shall we say, close by to both locations. And I have to say, for me, the distinction is a very important one. One is a convenience store, which means it's neighborhood friendly. And the other is all alcohol, which nothing against it, but it's less convenient. And I mean it with a capital C. So I'm suggesting that of the two applicants shown so far, as a neighbor, as someone who's close to the common, who can see the facility and uses it, I would have to say that I'm more interested as a neighbor, and I hope other neighbors are here as well, in the convenience aspect. I'm sure the business model for the Littleton convenience store, given their size, will require both alcohol and food and other notions in order to survive. I have absolutely no doubt that a, shall we say, pure liquor operation, an alcohol operation, can survive anywhere in the United States at the moment. So I'm interested in promoting business in the common. I'm especially interested in the convenience aspect of both food and other items as well as alcohol. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zeldin. Yes.
Pete Barbella, Goldsmith Street. I'm curious if the financial ownership of this license and the one you just put down to The Point are connected somehow.
Financial ownership?
No connection whatsoever.
Two separate, totally separate businesses.
And yes?
Jennifer only from Howard Avenue. I'd just like to point out that this gentleman we tried for 3 years. I'm on the Board of Health, and we never had any problem with this gentleman. I think he should be allowed to proceed for another 2 years.
Thank you, Gina. Any other public input? Okay, thank you very much. Moving along to 7C, Common Convenience. You guys want to come down here? Is anyone here from Joseph? Right, there we go. Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon. Robert Barkley, attorney for Common Convenience. Gentlemen.
Hello, Jim.
I'd like to just say a few brief words and then I'll pass off to Mr. Mansour for some as well. First of all, the fact that Liquors on the Common had a prior license that was temporary in nature to help out the Point shouldn't give them any kind of special consideration. I know it was something that was done in the interest of promoting business in the town, but don't feel that that should be an overriding factor in the decision that is ultimately reached. Also, it's still a relatively new store. It has been open for 3 years. Common Convenience has been open for 12?
12 years, and over 13 now.
Yeah, and in that time, there's only been one infraction, and that employee was fired immediately upon finding out what had happened. There is a need to compete with the Point, especially now that there is an all-alcohol license in the Point. It's just one more store down there that's pulling business away from the Common. And Mr. Carr, you had mentioned empty storefronts. Common convenience would be a prominent empty storefront right on the common, and we definitely don't want that, any empty storefronts. And there's no issue with parking. There's actually ample parking, 2 entrances and 2 exits, no backing out on the Great Road. And Mr. Mansur is also a member of the Littleton Business Association, and it's the same management, same people you've known for years, so committed that I believe he is the only of the 3 applicants that actually purchased his location because he wants to stay. With that, I will turn it over to Joe.
Okay, I'm a father of 2 boys, and I'm married to my wife Grace, who's in here. First, I would like to thank the town because I've been here for 13 years. I enjoy coming to work. I enjoy talking to the people, and I love my job. And this is all I can do. I'm just store owner that comes 7 days a week to work in the morning, and I try to promote a service that's going to be very safe. Recently, the business have been dipping down a little bit for the last 2-3 years. In this business, there are 3 drivers that drive people into the store. It's lottery, cigarettes, beer, wine, and liquor. Why do I need a liquor store? Because this is basically why you're interested in us, why we should be in here. It's like I'm telling a gentleman, go and buy a suit. I can sell you the jacket, but you gotta go and buy the pants somewhere else. Basically, a lot from my customers that I've been here for 13 years, they go to buy a liquor, they need beer, they say, Joe, it's a one-stop. I'm sorry. Certainly that have been hurt in business. When the location closed at Nashova and that license was sold to St. Parks, we said, yes, it's on the other side of 495. It's a very good project. Joe can tell that I always said, what a good project we did. How good is it for the town? I'm good for it. But the thing that I didn't think about is that how much that business traffic has went from the common down to there. What do I mean by that? Somebody goes to buy a lunch at the sub shop, they need a cigarette, they come to me. So now they need lunch, they go to Market Basket, they go down to Anthony's, they need a cigarette, they go somewhere else. So the traffic that is in the common seriously is scarce and less, except for your loyal customers, your town people that are going back and forth, that they keep coming to you. As far as the new traffic, we don't have that. That's an issue for another day. As far as the liquor is, it's very important for us to have the liquor in my store. First of all, it's a very good location. I committed to the town as I bought this location. I'm paying my taxes on time. I'm never in default in any time. I have a very good relationship in town. As I said, I love the town. My boys are very active athletics. I believe I'm a good father, and I need to continue to provide for them. It is very important for me to have a liquor license so that I can compete, at least have an edge for people to come to me. As you know, Mobile Station has beer and wine too. So somebody needs a gas, they're gonna go in there. So it is very, very hard to compete in this environment when you are missing on something. Now, I know that some have a concern as far as my location is 2,400 square feet. I have wine. I'm gonna put the nips behind the counter. It's gonna be redesigned in a safe way. I'm gonna cut into a lot of waste. I do have a lot of stuff that doesn't sell. And I'm gonna consider myself on paying by square footage. And I'm gonna try to have what the public wants. And this is how I run my business. Somebody comes to me, say, please get me this. This is what I do. I go and get it for them. The people that work for me are licensed. We abide by the rules. We play by the books. We don't try to do anything wrong. We open the store at 6 o'clock in the morning. I am there at 4:30. And then we close at 11 o'clock because this is what the license say. Because we do not want any headache that somebody is going to come after 11 o'clock and say, we need to buy something. We just don't want that kind of position to just let people know that they have a responsibility to be there before 11. As far as why I don't close at 9, because some people like to close at 9, because I have the people that can run till 11, the license say till 11, and I'm not gonna tell somebody who's working till 10 o'clock at night, you cannot come and buy a six-pack and go home and have some good time. So this is why I'm here to serve the public, and I'm not gonna sell it to somebody that doesn't need it. So I would like for the board to consider me. as I said again, I enjoy my job, I enjoy the city, I enjoy the town, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and I see, again, Deputy Chief confirmed no issues by Alcoholic Beverage Control Commission with the existing license.
All been stated, one we're not aware of, so we don't have any record of it.
It was
2008, when
years.
everybody was busted, it's years
Yeah.
ago.
I think I remember that,
That,
actually.
that was an incident that corrected that.
Great, let's, board questions. Joe, you've been first every time. We're with you again.
Very familiar with the store. The diagram you have here, is this, are you gonna change any of the?
We're gonna change it, yes.
Are you,
We're gonna put the nips behind the counter where the pharmaceutical stuff is,
yeah,
and then everything is gonna be behind, in front of the counter. All the candy is very close so that the kids stay close to us. And we're gonna extend one section where the big bottles of wine with the big bottles of, like, let's say, vodka or whiskey or gin or anything like that. Again, we are in this town, and I'm gonna recommend this town. We do not have a problem with our kids. Our kids are very disciplined, and their parents keep an eye on them. And I'm another parent that keeps an eye on them. I don't think we should be at all concerned about anybody trying to take anything, because if you're gonna take anything, there is a small bottle of wine, you can grab that too. So we have everything into an area where it is very close to us, and the things that are small are gonna be behind the counter.
I'm just trying to figure out where in that store.
Well, you know where the wine is, we're gonna just extend the wine where the chips is, and just take that chips and put it back to the wall, and just put the whole section as liquor and wine. And then the beer is in the cooler, in the big cooler. Everything is gonna be to the far right. The Gatorade and the sodas are gonna be on the side so that they don't have to go all the way up. So anybody that goes to the way up, we know, and then as you open the cooler, there is a noise. If you go into the cooler, there is a noise. If the door opens, there is an alarm, so we got everything, and we have cameras, so.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Carr?
So again, you know, as I said to the other convenience store owners, again, you know, you have a successful business. I understand that you're losing some to the point. We're looking to build the downtown. Are you looking to change anything with the building itself? Or keep the building the same, or?
Certainly, we always want to extend the building, and the reason we're waiting for that, because I know there is a study as far as the sewer system, what's gonna happen with all of that. You don't have to worry about how the building is gonna look. The building is gonna always look nice.
Okay.
And I always get that recommendation. As far as the layup inside the store, as I said, we're gonna try to eliminate the section. Like, I'm selling transmission fluid, let's say, I'm selling pets food, I'm selling everything. There is gonna be something that I'm gonna just congest that stuff to expand on the other stuff.
Okay. So,
It's a business decision, just nothing that, you know, make it.
Not any questions. Any one of the locations, you mentioned the mobile station, I think, you know, in a small town like this, we know to some extent, to some degree, we know all of the applicants and are partake in all of the businesses, because I think we all try to shop locally. Just in any interactions I've had with Joe, you know, even with kids playing athletics together and things like that, he's demonstrated that he is a good dad, he has been a good businessman, he's been a good corporate citizen, so, it's kind of a pickle, because we have 3 locations in the downtown area where, you know, we want to try to foster a vibrant downtown or common area, and we have to choose one, and it's going to be a difficult decision.
Yeah, I don't have any questions either, but I would echo, I think what a lot of people in town would say is that Joe and the Mansour family have done a great job of running that business, and it's been a piece of stability in the common where a lot of the other businesses haven't been, and he's a, you know, recognized and respected face in the town, and to Selectman DeCoe's point, it's frustrating. You know, we're not the ones who've set the limits on how many licenses we have to hand out. That's the state. And I wish we could accommodate, if not 2, maybe all 3 of these applicants, and, you know, let the marketplace determine it. I don't think that we have any real public safety concerns with any of them, and they've all proven themselves at one point or other, perhaps not as much with the folks on Jennifer Street that haven't been around as long, but certainly the other two applicants have a long track record, and it's difficult.
Couldn't agree more. Okay, any public input on Littleton, I'm sorry, no, common convenience, sorry, I'm losing my mind, yes.
I have no problem with Dom wanting something to do. My focus is on Joe and Raj really, but Joe now. It's his sole source of income. He doesn't do it because he wants to keep busy. He does it to feed his family. He's done it well. He's done it well for a lot of years. But he's never done it, never made enough to make the improvements that I know he wants to make to the interior of his building. One way or the other, the common may become unstable. The question is, who goes? A business that's been in business for 50 years, like the Peach Tedeschi's, Littleton Convenience, or another place that's been in business for 50 years, or a place that's been in business for 3 years. I mean, I can limit the choices you have to make to 2. 3, I can't relate to. I can't relate to the 3rd. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Yes.
Hi, Steve. I just want to say that I'm a neighbor to the Common Convenience, and they're an asset to the block. They're wonderful people, and I would want to see their business supported, you know, especially if he said that he's struggling there with the addition of the point. So I just want to say that they're an important part of the community.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, if it makes a difference, it's nice to see that you acknowledge the stability that is that store. But I think you should also know that Mr. Mansour is in my top 1% of the most caring individuals on the planet.
Thank you. Thank you. The lovely lady in the yellow.
Yes, Cheryl Morrow, Goldsmith Street. I would just like to say that I'm in support of Common Convenience. Their dedication to this town for the past 15 years is really remarkable, and they're great people, and I support them.
Thank you. Any other public input? Okay. All right. Thank you both very much. All right, so we've heard from all 3 of the applicants, members' discussion, thoughts. This is, like you said, Paul, this is not an easy decision by any means, but it does make me, hearing this interest, I mean, why, one idea, it's not going to help us tonight, but position for more licenses.
Well, town meeting said they only wanted 1, we asked for 2.
You asked for the board's motion.
Oh, it was here, actually, it was this meeting.
We put 1 on
Right.
on the warrant.
Right.
We asked for 1.
Yeah, you
We asked
for
for 1, but it was during one of our open meetings here, were proposing 2, and we cut it down to 1.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah, the warrant would have allowed for multiple, but by the time we got to town meeting, your motion was for 1. So.
Yeah. Just hearing the rationale, though, that I
And
think
that
I would
still
change my
requires
mind.
state approval too, correct?
Yeah.
You'd have to go back, if you wanted any more licenses, the way the law's written right now, it would require another town meeting or more petitions.
Exactly.
And then to back to status.
Yeah. Sorry, yes.
Regarding the requirement of another town meeting to request the second license, I think if you could say with any kind of certainty that if the town said, we'd like to have another license, if you could say with any certainty that that license would be granted, oh, that might give either one of these 2 gentlemen a reason to keep the common a little more stable than it might otherwise be.
I think all that we could say is that we could petition the state for additional licenses, but that's as far as we can.
Any initial feedback from the state, would that ever be forthcoming?
We'd have to go to town meeting first and do a
Yes.
home rule petition, once,
It was
if
changed
it
on town
were.
meeting floor.
Yeah, if it
Because that was your motion.
No.
Yeah, it was.
Sure.
Well,
City-
whatever the
City
history
Clive's
was, I mean,
motion.
I would support additional request of town meeting, yeah.
Yeah, I think it impedes the ability of two long-standing businesses to compete effectively with the big box stores that are
Right.
at the point.
That's a great point.
No one is perfect, but these two gentlemen work awfully hard to provide for their families and have the right, should have the right to compete. Not because it keeps them busy, but because it feeds their families. It's all they have.
Okay. Yeah,
Well, open discussion now with the board, I mean, for me, well, actually, we should close the meeting, right? We should close the hearing.
Close the hearings.
Close the hearing, then point of order. Make a motion to close all three public hearings. Sorry.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. So in regards to the, it's not an easy decision. I think that the existing package store has done a good job. For me, the other two convenience stores are viable, and they continue to be viable. To have another business in town on the common is a benefit that I think we should definitely take into consideration. And I would, myself, I'm looking for supporting Dominic.
Okay. Anybody else want to go?
My feelings are similar. I could see myself supporting any of the three applicants for the license. That's, and it's frustrating here. I wish that was our opportunity tonight, and I would really like to follow up on the suggestion we had of revisiting it with town meeting. And that being said, one decision, or two decisions will effectively put one business out, and that's a reality. And that is a factor in my mind, and I wouldn't want to do that. And as much as I would be happy to see Common Convenience, or for that matter, Littleton Convenience, move into this realm and make themselves more profitable and viable, I would incline to support the Great Road application, simply because they're already there doing business, and I don't feel we have any justification to put them out of business.
I mean, go ahead.
So I don't disagree with you, but I think when Mr. Seven went into business, it was with an understanding, I think, that this business was going to be relocated, and it was kind of kind of caught fire and caught on, and you ended up liking it, and you like to keep busy, and you've done a great job with it, and certainly appreciate it, and I do see it as a viable business in the common. I will say that based on the public input that we've gotten tonight, and a number of phone calls that I got in support of Common Convenience, frankly, and that's the only petition that was before us tonight that I got phone calls from the public. And having spoken with Joe, as is the case with kids, you run into each other at a gym or on a field or something like that, and we happened to run into each other this weekend, and had some conversation, had a little bit of conversation, and as difficult a decision as it is, and I hate the fact that if in fact we do end up voting for Common Convenience, that it would affect Dominic's store, but that would be where I'd place my vote.
Very good. Joe?
I agree that all three applicants have been to all three stores. Certainly known Joe for a long time, and Dawn for a long time. I know they're quality people. The only thing that I think, I take a look at the license that's at 320 Great Road, and I consider continuation of the Neshoba package store moving up there. So my tendency right now is to go with Dominic.
Okay. All right, and I agree. I mean, all of the shop owners have seen my face. I'm in all three of those shops all the time, you know.
Said that on camera.
Buying chips and things.
Right.
But.
Transmission fluid.
Yeah, that probably came out wrong, but I enjoy all three businesses, all three business owners. So it's like the other selectman said, it's definitely difficult for me. I think, number one, now my next thing is how do we petition for more from the state? There's clearly a need that is going to benefit all the businesses, I think, if we can at least get one more, if not. That being said, again, that doesn't help us for tonight. So I think, Paul, I think you kind of said it the way that I think of it, which is if you go one way, one business is definitely shut down. There's no way around that. That business closes. But I hear the need and the urgency and the effects that the points are having on the existing important businesses in the center of town, which is not what we want either. So and I think, I forget the gentleman's name, but the lawyer for common convenience, that would be a big eyesore if that was a vacant, thank you, a vacant building. We would never want that. But my tendency is not to just shut a business down as well. So I would fight for more licenses and go towards Dominic for tonight.
Not sure if more licenses is what the town wants, though. We've had those
You're right, that's true.
conversations.
That's true, it's not my decision, you're
Even
right.
after we voted to have one license, I think each of us got some pushback and blowback
Yeah.
as a result of that. So I'm not sure looking to that as an alternative is,
What the town wants, understand. But I kind of hear I hear the need, so.
I just hear, again, I can only speak for myself and the input that I've gotten from folks and folks here tonight.
Very good. Okay, well, that being said, then,
Hold on one second.
oh, sorry, I
Yeah, can I
apologize.
just say something? I can understand whatever decisions you guys, and whatever you do, I'm gonna support your decision. But also, if you don't wanna close the business, you can give them a beer and wine. They can operate for a beer and wine as I've been operating for 12 years. And they can add the liquor to me, and I can operate with the liquor license. And as such, they don't close, and I can nourish my business so that I don't close.
Great suggestion.
Oh, we're not allowed to do. Can we?
We can't take any more input. We shouldn't have taken that input. Sorry, Amy.
Apologies, yeah. Tom, is that something we can do, or?
Not tonight.
There's nothing you can do tonight except act on, except decide
Act on the
which
applications that are
of,
before us.
which of the three gets the all alcohol Littleton common license. If you award that license to either of the two applicants
beer and wine.
who are looking to upgrade their license from beer and wine to all alcohol,
Frees
then
up.
we will suddenly have freed up a beer and wine license.
We go through the same process again with all
But then I'll have my
applicants.
beer and wine available, so they can have.
Right, it becomes available, so we could potentially, if an application came before us, we could.
Okay. I'd look for a
I'll
motion.
make a motion. I move that the Board of Selectmen vote pursuant to Chapter 335 of Acts of 2016 to approve the application of all alcoholic beverages store license in Littleton Common only for a new license for Great Road Liquors, Inc., DBA Liquors on the Common, 320 Great Road, Littleton.
So moved and seconded, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
We have opposed.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, opposed. Apologies.
4-1?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you all. Very difficult
Yes.
decision.
We disapprove the other two?
thank you for
Okay,
your
you need to take
patience.
motions on 7A and 7C to disapprove. subject
How
to
about if there's no
vacancy.
motion?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, but because, if there's no action taken
It's a
by the
constructive
board,
grant.
They can go to,
Okay.
And then the judge,
That's what I was.
and then a judge decides which.
Sometimes no motion is a denial.
So
You have to act on the
someone has to.
application.
Move that the Board of Selectmen vote pursuant to Chapter 335 of the Acts of 2016 to approve, not to approve, a change in license category of wine and malt to J. Ram Kabir, Inc., doing business as Littleton Convenience, 12 Jennifer Street, Littleton.
It's been moved and seconded, all those in favor say aye.
Not to approve.
The opposite of the others.
So this one is which one?
Jennifer.
Aye.
Any
Move that-
opposed?
Move that the Board of Selectmen vote pursuant to Chapter 335 in the Acts of 2016 not to approve the application for all alcoholic package store license for a change in license category from wine and malt, 3JG Inc., doing business as Common Convenience, 5 Stevens Street, Littleton, Mass.
Second.
It's been moved and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed.
Sorry, and opposed. Okay. Are we done?
Yep, we're on to
Oh, my goodness gracious. Okay. That takes care of item 7. So now we're going back in time, but not to item 4.
Why don't we take care of, why don't we do
Town
the
meeting,
5?
yeah.
Yeah.
Is that, yeah, Bonnie, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Tim, you want to come down and we can take care of item 5, discussion
Yeah,
with
we can berate you for running meetings late.
Oh my gosh. Okay, let's find 7.
no ballot and checklist.
No, not 7, 6. 5. My goodness. Okay. Welcome. Thank you for your patience. It's been a hot topic night. So, we had an exciting town meeting, this past town meeting, and we're gathering here today to talk about some ideas for improvements. All right, so Tim, I know you have put some suggestions together. Do we want to start there, or, yeah?
Let's start there.
Okay.
First of all, I need to say, I think the town clerk and her crew did a remarkable job at that town meeting.
Totally agree.
The free ballot votes and so forth. I mean, you know, we had 800 people there, and it seems like every 10 or 15 years we'd have a town meeting with that many people. Everybody remembers the great swimming pool debate, and actually the first attempt to bring Market Basket to town in the 80s that went down in flames. So, you know, I don't want us to think that that's the new norm, because, you know, I think we don't really need to make wholesale changes, because, you know, there are probably 700 or so people that were at that meeting that aren't coming back, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't think we can expect 800 people in the spring.
It's an anomaly.
We can hope. So, well, we
Yeah.
can always hope. So I did send a suggestion for the board to consider, and I, you know, I recognize that the moderator shouldn't be the one to propose warrant articles, really, and it's up to the board to decide on that. I guess I'd say it's my effort to repeal and replace the ballot and checklist. The difference being there's actually a replacement suggested here, as opposed to the federal action proposed. So our bylaw, section 18-6 of the bylaw, the manner of authorizing indebtedness, it's in the purchasing section of our bylaws for some reason, but it states that, you know, when we borrow money, it has to be a 2/3 vote. The general laws already say that. Anytime anyone votes to borrow money, it's a 2/3 vote. So I think that's kind of,
So it's just cleanup, basically.
I think that's kind of
It's a
unnecessary,
redundant bylaw.
frankly. And if it's not a unanimous vote, it's by ballot and checklist. So we're kind of painted into a corner as far as that goes. So my suggestion was that we really could eliminate that section of the bylaw. Any kind of borrowing is going to be a 2/3 vote. I'm suggesting kind of a companion article where the moderator would be authorized to declare a 2/3 vote where it's required, unless it's questioned by 7 or more voters at the time, in which case, you know, we would take an actual count. In fact, maybe people don't know, but you can always question the moderator's decision, and especially on a voice vote, and you know, we could take a count and confirm it. And I'd rather get it right than, you know, obviously, perhaps people think a wrong decision was made. So I think the combination of eliminating the ballot and checklist in all cases, unless it's unanimous, will give us the opportunity. We had one vote where it was clearly, you know, there were maybe a handful of people opposed, and it was a clear 2/3 vote, and I couldn't declare it a 2/3 vote because the bylaw said we had to do ballot and checklist. So I don't think that's what, you know,
The intent.
that was the intent. We can still do the ballot and checklist, and in fact, I'm happy, you know, if someone wants to make a motion to go to the ballot and checklist, I'm happy to do that, but only if the majority agree. I don't think one person or 5 or 6 should be able to kind of turn things on its head and require the whole town meeting to go through what we went through.
Personally, totally agree. Absolutely
I don't
agree.
think you're gonna get a complaint from a soul in this town.
But it's not-
It's interesting, just to be clear, so the 2/3 on borrowing is statutory, but our ballot checklist piece is a bylaw, so it wouldn't require any legislative change or just the standard approval of a town meeting vote to change that, is that right?
It would require a bylaw amendment,
Bylaw amendment.
which is a town meeting vote and then approval by the Attorney General.
Right.
So whatever action happens in the spring's not effective until the fall, probably the earliest. But I think it's something for the board to consider. I've heard other proposals here tonight, and,
And maybe,
worthy of consideration as well.
apologies for interrupting, I saw your note, maybe establish a percentage or a certain number, is it 10% of the voters that are present, or is it a certain number, or somehow quantify that so that it's
Yeah,
not.
there were some suggestions there. Tim's
Yeah.
are on the first page, and I had
And Keith had some good ones as well.
put some suggestions together back for the meeting, the discussion we had in December, and I've just recapped those. Sort of, generally for me, there are three categories. One is amending the bylaws, and Tim's proposal is to, as he says, repeal and replace the ballot and checklist. That's one. If town meeting didn't want to let you repeal it, then my suggestion would be you make it more palatable by right now the ballot and checklist threshold is 1. How many voters can require you to do it? It's 1, because it takes a unanimous vote, so less than unanimity means that it's ballot and checklist. Maybe you want to raise that number to some nominal higher level. If we ended up keeping the bylaw, maybe you want to say, well, 10 voters or 20 or some number have to stand up and say, we want ballot and checklist in order to do it. Another thought that I had, suggestion, was the idea of, rather than having a separate ballot and checklist after every borrowing article, maybe we could identify, we require a lot more planning than we do around such things in town meeting, but if we could identify which articles have borrowing in them and prepare an Australian ballot where we've identified on that which articles, let's say there were 5 articles that had borrowing and you have all 5, have your discussions around each one, and then have one round of voting at the, which, let's say if you had 900 people show up, that they would only have to spend 90 minutes instead of,
More.
6 hours on, or 3 hours, or whatever it is in voting. So that's another way. I think if we do keep ballot and checklist in some form, that it would be well for us to have written instructions available prior to town meeting, and the voter booklet we send out, as well as that handout at town meeting, with a diagram, this is where you stand, this is what you do, this is how it works, and just the logistics, so we're all on the same page. And then there's Tim's suggestion of repeal and replace. Other things that might go to improving town meeting, I think in general, some time management. We have a consent calendar for the annual town meeting where we identify non-controversial articles which can be passed unanimously in one vote. That's, so maybe we would want to have the consent calendar for special town meetings as well. We probably could have made do with half a dozen of the articles in this past November with a consent calendar if we'd had one. Another idea, which is new to us with articles, but it's been used elsewhere, and we do it for the budget, is we have a call of the budget, that Tim goes through the operating budget, and we only debate those that people want to discuss, and the rest of the budget is approved unanimously. There are towns where they do that with the articles, and so if you've got 36 articles in the warrant, you may have only debating a small portion of those, because the rest of them, no one wants to talk, says, we're fine with the motion, with the recommendation that's made, so let's just call out those articles to be fully debated, and the rest are unanimously adopted by the town meeting. It's sort of the consent the voters deciding for themselves what the consent calendar is. So that's another thing. And then conduct of the debate at town meeting, as has been said, that we've heard before, sometimes the voice votes, if it's volume that determines the outcome, maybe that's not as, the decorum at town meeting is not what it is. If it's just, hands that are raised and you count them without voice votes. And it would also be important, I think, to make sure that the debate is limited to talking to the moderator. Everything's supposed to go through the moderator. And when unmoderated discussion between audience participants happens, then it can get sort of out of control. And if things are done through the moderator and we stick to that, it might help out a little. So those were just some suggestions beyond what Tim had come up with.
Okay, and how, I apologize, how does the in the first category, the repeal town code mesh with the other top three ideas, the ones from you? It's either you either repeal it or you amend it, right? Is it either or?
Same, you make no changes, is the other.
Or make no changes? But, okay, I'm confused.
So if,
Yeah.
No reason you can't do all of those, right? There's no conflict.
No, absolutely. The bottom line here is, we had two large issues on the docket, of which a majority overwhelmingly said yes. But because we had one individual had the ability to say no, turns it into a ballot. We need to address that issue. Now, that's an issue that we need to decide whether or not we're gonna change town code or repeal and replace, as Mr. Goddard said. I think it'd do us, do the town justice to be able to take a look at the town code, compare what we're talking about, because talk is just talk. To see what the town code actually says, what sections it's in, and where we want to change, I think, in how we want to change it, and maybe at another meeting. Let's get a draft out to the members, town clerk, town council, and the moderator, get their input, and look at the town bylaw. Let's get it changed. That's the bottom line. All the rest, the time management, the conduct, that's absolutely applicable. But the stickler, the issue we had was somebody saying no, and automatically defer that to ballot.
Ability to be empowered to.
Absolutely. And then I think Tim's right when you say repeal and replace, or repeal and modify the existing. Let's say town code is gonna be consistent with Mass General Law, Chapter 39, subsection 15, or whatever that new law is that we don't, have to comply with and modify it to make it better. But the bottom line is, we need the town moderator give guidance to say, if there's less than 15 people, you know what, we're gonna move on to a vote.
To Tim's point, he takes a vote.
Right.
And if it's a majority.
Correct.
Let the voice be heard.
And as far as the no voice call, I've heard suggestions from folks, give me a flag, a red and a green flag. Red is no, green is yes, something to that nature. If they want to be seen, anything. Maybe look into something like that, be creative that way.
So from time to time, people would bring up the concept of electronic voting, and certainly, I wouldn't oppose that, but it's a very expensive proposition, as Keith can tell you. I mean, a number of towns have gone that route. I often wonder why towns don't share that equipment, because it's expensive in the first place.
We continue to spend enough on time.
Well, yeah, and then the issue is how many do you buy? Because let's say we bought 500, which was more than we ever thought we'd need, then we'd still be 400 short and not able to use them if that had happened in November, so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We can come up with a cheap alternative, for sure.
I just want to add, I know Mr. Tarbox is not here anymore, but the point he raised, I've seen that in operation in another town Tewksbury happened to be at a town meeting there where they had some variation of the wristband thing and used it, seemed to work fairly efficiently. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
If you're doing checklists and ballot, you still have to do a checklist, so.
Well, they wouldn't do the checklist and ballot. They do that on the entrance, and then you have so many votes that you're, allowed.
But
Boards to do it.
People can go to
You'd
any
have
one
to
of the
modify the
precincts.
bylaw though, in order
Yeah,
to do that.
no doubt, yeah.
And again, that's not a bad, I'm not, I like that too. Whichever way to streamline things, absolutely. But again, the core issue here is one individual saying no. And whether that individual has a big smile on his face or, just does it, or somebody does it just to do it, because I've seen it. I've witnessed it. So I guess it's, we gotta give the ability to the town moderator to say, hey, there's two people that say no, you need 15, you need 10, you need 20, or whatever that number may be, let's modify it to that, and then be able to carry the vote.
So what do we want to do to?
Rewrite the bylaw.
We're talking about two things. Your idea is good,
Yeah.
but the other idea that Paul was talking about, that
Absolutely.
Mr. Tadlock's brought
Yeah,
up.
the risk, absolutely.
However, you do it, you get it once, you've already been checked in. But again, those.
It's all bylaw change, it, no matter what we're
Correct.
talking.
Yeah.
And I think that the first step is exactly what Tim's talking about. We need to empower the moderator to be able to not have to go based on one vote.
Again, a bylaw change, if we're gonna do it,
And then from there, streamlining
Yeah,
is certainly a
if we
follow.
do this part, we may not need, some of those other measures.
Well, let's say to the effect that the idea of having the voter ID thing, the voter shed, is a variation on, let's say, using the Australian ballot. I don't think you need a bylaw amendment to do that. You just need to decide that you want to do it.
Execute
And then you have you have, let's say there are 3 borrowing articles, you have 3 debates, and then you have 1 round of voting at the end, so.
Yeah, but the problem I have with that is that obviously certain people only go to vote on certain things, and that's the way it's always gonna be. I would think going with the band or something like that, you wouldn't have to sit through other things you might not be concerned about. If your warrant article comes up, that's number one.
Yeah, you'd still have the downtime between, for whatever, it might take half an hour instead of 45
once again,
minutes.
I'll refer back to the issue we had with the individuals that were opposed, and it's okay to oppose anything you want, but the ability to have one person say no and throw it in. That is the core of the issue, that's the core of, I know we all heard it, because as many people that were there, I heard it twice that, and some people 3 times, the same thing. I'll get involved, but I'm not gonna get involved having to sit through that again. How many times have we all heard that? Okay? So, the core issue is we need to address the ability for the town moderator to say 10, 15, 20, whatever the number is, better than 1. And Mr. Tybach's suggestion, I think, is a fantastic idea, so that the clerk's folks aren't going crazy and going through. It's a more streamlined issue. So, that's the core of the issue.
That idea can be looked into, we really don't have the details on it, I
Right.
didn't know how it works in other towns, whether, I just saw it in practice one place, but I think the key, and maybe this is what you're leading up to, Jim, is the stuff that, the 2 amendments that the moderator suggested, those would eliminate a big problem.
Exactly. But if we're gonna take a look at the bylaw, all I'm saying is, let's be proactive and not reactive. If we have time to take a look at the wristbands or make his ideas even a little bit better, let's do it. Let's sell it as a package. Let's tell folks, we heard you complain. We heard you say enough is enough. And this is what we're proposing. They're still gonna say yes or no. That's the bottom line. They're still gonna say yes or no, so, that's my feeling.
Somebody up there.
Yes.
So Amy, Harlan, listen to your name. So I agree, I think the bylaw does need to be amended and it does need some improvements. I had spent some time reading, Brookline and Framingham do have an electronic voting system, and they had committees and I read through their studies, and they went, I forget the exact numbers, but their towns went with 20 or 25 people to request electronic voting. So there are some towns that have already looked into it and done some studies on it. That might be a good point of reference, but I wouldn't want to see the opportunity to do a ballot and checklist go away. I think it's a mechanism that the voters really like to have and really appreciate it, and I would not like to see that mechanism being taken away. But again, I think the bylaw does need to be written and it needs to be updated.
Just to point on those two examples of Framingham, Brookline, both representative town meeting towns. So that it's not open town meeting, it's that, and if you had like 100 people in the community who are elected to town meeting, we would know with certainty how many voting devices to get, because they're all elected, and we probably all want to keep track of those people and know how they voted too, so that it's more, I think it's more manageable in the, and you're in Framingham, when you were there, the town meeting members that went on for a month, right? Every town meeting.
Yeah, it's not a magic solution, is it?
Well, the other,
I was just going to say this, I don't know a lot about it, but from what I heard, the Australian ballot seems to handle a lot of these problems so that people, it's kind of a mix of what Mr. Tarbox was saying and some other things where you get a ballot when you come in and you know, we have the debate, you vote on what you want to vote on and pass it in.
You want to bring it up, you want to?
I would just be concerned with
and bring it back to you.
the requiring people to stand up and demand a ballot and checklist that might decrease participation and that people might be more intimidated by that.
Just in terms of, and I'm sorry it's late and that we ended up being overbooked, and we were finely tuned until we threw the damn library thing at the last minute, but in order to do justice to this topic, maybe we could arrange to have another meeting, whether that's asking maybe the moderator to convene a meeting and we'll all go to it sometime and then report back at a future Selectmen's meeting with
mindful of the schedule for town meeting.
Right, exactly. Yeah, we have a month.
Want to crack
We have a
the
month.
bylaw.
Yeah, so if you brought something back by the 27th of February, which is our second meeting, and, like a month from now, maybe that would be a way to do it, because we're not going to be able, I think it would be better to have like one meeting, to have a meeting that was just on those topics, and then if it takes 90 minutes, then we have the time to say all that we want to say and then bring it back here. So maybe if we could set up, that maybe if we could call on the moderator to convene such a meeting, we'll all go.
Next.
Yep.
Or some representative.
Yeah. Chance social gatherings.
no, I was just, if he's going to do that, I'm fine with that.
But we want you to research all these things that people talk about.
Yeah, I figured that.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I think it's really worth spending more time on this issue because it's, there's two things really. There's expediency, getting everybody in and out, and there's also the quality of the process. And an issue is that there are people who don't want to attend because of the hand vote, or the voice vote, I'm sorry. So it's just worth keeping in mind and looking into.
Okay, good. Okay, any other thoughts for now?
Set it up, Tim will come.
Okay.
Other than my apologies, Tim
And we'll
and
report
town
back
clerk.
for the meeting on the 27th of yeah.
So we all know when that is and we'll go.
Who's meeting? Any of us? Three of you?
It will be Tim and,
I'll have to send out an email with.
yeah, we're going to do something.
But the report back is the 27th of February, right?
Post it as a selectman meeting and whoever shows. I know I'll go.
Yeah.
Could be off-site, right?
Feeling like sitting
Even
in the
better.
boiler room?
Carlisle?
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for your patience. Thank you. We're at agenda item number 4.
Can we maybe put that one up? And that deserves
It is-
a full, this guy knows.
Bonnie's gonna punch me in the face.
Well, any updates there? It's just,
Yeah, maybe some highlights
Actually,
quickly.
just,
it's more, the capital plan is more something to focus on at this point as far as the priorities. The budget document is still in flux. The school department has not provided, their use of reserves or anything yet. I know that they're meeting with finance committee members over the next few weeks.
Right.
So I don't think it's fair to have a conversation about the school budget at this point, but it might be helpful in just looking at the requests for staffing.
Yep.
If there is available resources to address any of the staffing requests, it might be helpful to have a conversation on what your priorities would be.
Yeah, and I assume that would be the bulk of what we talk about. But even that deserves more time than we've got.
And even right now, the bottom line is that based on the requests that everyone has made and compared with the revenue projections, we're 178,000 short. That's before we add any staff, so.
We should get rid of somebody we haven't hired yet.
It's very early in the process. I have no state aid, no House one yet, version of the budget, so I have asked the chief assessor to start looking at new growth. That's just started as of January 1st, so hopefully we will get some more information in the next week or two in preparation for the February 7th meeting. But if you have any sense of priority, I can kind of draft that for the February 7th meeting and start looking in that direction.
Prior to when?
Pardon me?
Prior to when?
Prior to
February 7th.
So we're not meeting before then, are we?
You're not.
We're not.
Tonight was it.
Sorry, I missed that. Say it again. What was the question?
Well, Bonnie's probably looking for input way before the 7th.
The joint meeting we're preparing for is on Tuesday, February 7th, and we don't have another meeting between now and then.
Why don't we meet an hour before the joint meeting?
The other thing that could happen is the finance committee is meeting tomorrow night. If anybody wanted to attend that, I plan on walking through this also.
That's no substitute for the board having its own internal discussion first. I mean, is that idea, well, if we're gonna have that joint meeting, we meet an hour and a half before it, because they're probably not meeting till what? 7? Could we ask them not to meet till 7:30? We can meet at 6 to 7:30 before.
They'll come to your meeting.
Hmm?
You know they'll come to your meeting.
It's their turn to host, isn't it? Well, whatever. But I mean, if we had an hour and a half.
The alternative.
Oh, that's fine, I don't care if they come,
Well,
it's a posted meeting.
But the alternative, though, would be to, pick another night and have maybe a one-item agenda on the budget.
May never happen, but I agree with that.
You could do Monday, February 6th.
No, I'm not opposed to that.
Unless
We should discuss our priorities before we meet the
But when would the parade be?
We don't do parades, we're too old for that stuff.
No.
No, the Patriots.
No, I mean the Patriots.
Understood. Exactly what I said. Too old for that stuff. Too many
The
people.
nighting, the
Million
night's
people,
okay.
all kids drunk. I don't do that
And
stuff. You're the
one
old
thing
guy
that,
around.
one thing that I would ask that the board take a look at, and it's not in the packet, but there are some slides that were put together, and this has to do with the capital plan. It also explains what the finance department's plan is for that additional $500,000 in unused levy capacity that we could build into the base. The recommendation is not to put it in the operating budget. Okay, the recommendation is to put it in the capital budget. And this shows the baseline of what, back at the November town meeting, this is the slide that Fred showed of how the capital plan would be affected by paying for the debt service for fire station and alumni field within the levy limit. So what I want to show you, and keep your eye on the bottom row, that with the adjustment, see, there we go, that Bonnie's proposed budget would adjust upwards from, let's look at fiscal 18, from 1.8 million up to 2 point.
Keeping it restored at the 2.5 million that we're currently
Yeah,
spending.
2.5 million. So if we take that $500,000 and put it in the capital plan, then we've got that base to, essentially we're restoring the amount of money that we could do for capital, because the top two rows are or the debt service for the fire station and alumni field, which will actually show up in the operating. We pay those as debt service in the operating budget. But you would be able to go from here, where we thought we were, for the bottom row. And we would have additional money that would be available for capital.
Coming from where again?
Inside the levy, so.
From the additional,
Can you go to the original, the lower one?
So this is the
So
funds-
what would
funds
have happened?
the unused, the new growth.
Designated?
New growth.
New growth.
The new
additional
growth.
new growth. So originally, we were looking at reducing the capital spending on regular capital that we normally do each year, in order to fit the alumni debt in and the fire station debt. And you can see the regular capital spending would go down here and then start to build back up as the alumni debt was paid off. With the new information, if you go to the next one, we're maintaining the capital spending that we normally do. We're using that additional money, the $576,000, to fund the alumni debt and keep this. It still goes down a little bit in '20, but you're still maintaining it over the 2 million level. And that's not necessarily money that you have to spend on capital. It's available for capital, so you can put it towards reserves, you can not spend it, but
Right, you
it's
could put it
the
in capital
funding that.
stabilization to build up for,
So it
big-
keeps
Or pay down
things,
existing debt.
exactly. It's just funding that's available.
Right, but just so you know, so that $500,000, at least the budget tool, the budget planning purposes, the additional $500,000 in new growth that had not
Not been
been
programmed.
built into the program, this iteration proposes to put in capital rather than operating budget. So, and that's a starting point for this.
Leaving what for growth in the operating budget?
So in the operating budget, you'd still have the 2.5%, plus we have estimated just shy of 700,000 in new growth that Kathy is working.
For the new year.
So the expected new growth is 700,000, there's 575,000. I'm still unclear as to why was that not caught before?
Well, because the projection, we had budgeted
Wasn't certified.
for 1.5 million in new growth, it ended up being 2 million. So the additional $500,000 is now, needs to be programmed into our spending
And
plan.
I can explain exactly why it was not picked up in the initial projections, because when we base our estimates on new growth, it's based on building permits, and they give you a cost of construction. One of the main factors was the cost of the potpourri project. It was estimated at 20 million, it was a $30 million.
Okay, I mean,
The houses were estimated at a $500,000.
I didn't
They
presume
sold
anything
for
was wrong, I just want
700.
to make sure our
I think-
system is correct, and, every once in a while you get aberrations, and if we can identify them,
Yep,
great.
and when we put it out to the Department of Revenue, it raised all sorts of flags, they were all over,
Right.
our estimates.
And those are legitimate increases to the base, right? So it's not like one time for anybody listening out in TV land, that's going to be
Yep, it's
permanently
based on-
available.
Right, yes.
Which
All right,
was,
so let's go to the 7th, is that what we're talking now? The 7th for a meeting?
Or the 6th.
6 is the Monday.
6th is the Monday?
And the 7th, we're already programmed for a joint meeting, and my
So, yeah, let's do
suggestion was meet earlier.
Yep, that's remember.
Well, what time is the
I'd go either way.
joint meeting?
7.
Well, it would normally be 7, but if we met at 6:30, 7:30, we could ask FinCom to meet at 7:30.
Well, 6 to 7:30.
Yeah,
What do you
right.
think?
I would hate to do it and then even be cramped again, so.
Right,
yeah.
right. So,
I can do that. I can do either.
Yeah, either one.
6 on the 7th.
6 on the 7th.
6 on the
I may
7th,
be rolling in at 6:30, but
okay?
As long as
6
you're
on the
rolling.
7th.
As long as you're rolling.
6
on the
at
7th.
6 on the
Over
7th.
there,
You
just
can
roll
ask
into
the
a meeting
FinCom to
after a
be,
meeting after a meeting.
Let them know what we're up to.
Have another meeting.
Please.
Be awesome.
They're probably watching right now.
Probably in bed by now.
I could schedule another one, trust me, I would.
Okay.
All sorts of fun.
Any other highlights you want to give us before we go on that topic?
I think we did it with the slides.
Okay. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Okay, so that was 4. All right, I apologize, guys. I got to go back to 3 super quick for members update. You missed member update, and I haven't gone yet. So do you have?
no, go ahead.
Okay, super quick. This past weekend, went to the annual MMA. Yes, I went to the Massachusetts Municipal Association annual conference. I learned some cool things. I thought it was worth my time. I did get to watch our own town administrator host a panel on climate control. That was also very interesting, made me think about Littleton and impacts of climate. That was Friday. Saturday was a great speech by the governor. But Saturday was also Keith Bergman's birthday. Happy birthday, Keith.
You old man, talking about old man.
Thank you.
So happy birthday,
Yeah, there's
Keith.
something that's supposed to go inside it that I didn't bring. Kathy's using it right now. And JoJo.
Thank you very much.
Happy birthday. Okay, now
It's an IOU.
we can move on
Enjoy.
to, okay, so our first item is the police department regulations. Do we want to take B first? Chief?
You can push me back if you want. I'm here no matter what, so.
They're all gonna be quick, right?
Yeah, they're all gonna be quick.
So.
Well, I mean, I certainly, we can default back to the old policy if you want and have an offline discussion first and come back or tonight, whichever you want to do.
I think I know I had requested that we talk about a couple of these, and it was only just to have some conversation around it, and if, in the interest of time, I can sit down with Chief, and he and I can go over this stuff. I don't think, there's nothing in here that I feel like, what are you thinking about? You know, it's just, like recognition, opportunities for recognition with discipline.
I mean, we can probably move these fairly quickly.
Let's go.
I am sending out development and discipline to you because there is a change. It's like anything else when you read them, you find something. So Deputy and I were rereading the other day and, on page.
This is an edit, an
Yes, it is.
update from what
It's-
we have.
It is an update. It just happened, this actually just happened today, which is on page,
Does it say what happens when you submit something late under the discipline?
It was down by a full grade.
Is that
so
charting-
page
charting
4,
us?
under termination of a permanent employee. The change is, well, for some reason it wasn't written in there, so this clarifies the point of that the only way a termination can happen is I make a recommendation to the appointing authority. The appointing authority then has a hearing and decides on whether somebody could terminate before. It was reflected much later in the policy, but I wanted to bring it up front to where it states under termination of employee, so that it's very clear that the appointing authority is the only one who can terminate, demote, lower somebody in rank, do any of that, because that's total purview of the appointing authority. That's really the only change, that is the only change that was made under development and discipline, and that literally was 3 hours before we came over here when we read through it and realized that we didn't think that was clear. So, okay. Obviously, all these policies are based on accreditation standards. Most of the base policies come out of the Mass Chiefs through the attorneys there and other, and then we develop them on our own also. So development and discipline, I don't know what your questions are on that, if you have any, and why don't we stay with that one first off, because I know Mr. DeCoste had some questions on that.
Okay.
Go back to my old one.
Maybe while you're now.
Nothing's changed in the development discipline, Chief?
No, other than that, just that one section,
Okay.
which is the termination of employees.
Do you have something while I'm looking?
I was just gonna say, just to recap, so Chief's coming to us with, oh, I'm looking in the wrong agenda, I wonder why I can't find it. Chief is coming to us with some new or some revised regulations. We, the selectmen, have the option to just, take a look at those and let them pass. But there's a couple that Selectman DeCoste just wanted to have a conversation before we go ahead and do that, and so this is the first one.
This is all as a result of the accreditation and going through that whole process. He reviewed everything, and then some of the stuff came to the top, and there were some opportunities to do some reviews, and that's why they come before us.
That's correct.
All right, so just right off the bat, the first statement under general considerations and guidelines on development and discipline before I even read it, I wanted to highlight the fact that discipline there's a negative connotation to it, and that's exactly what it says in the first sentence, so that was my initial, my first blush, and the fact that people, development and discipline. This is probably the third one in, maybe. Everybody thinks that discipline is a bad thing, and discipline from a military perspective is a good thing. You know, a disciplined cadet, soldier, officer is someone that is squared away, essentially. So I love the fact that that's included in there, and to highlight that amongst the ranks, I think is an important thing, so they don't think discipline is always, there's a negative connotation to it. So like my initial notes for that were to say, highlight that, but it's already in the first sentence, so I appreciate that. And kind of a similar note with regards to counseling as a function of discipline. Counseling can be a positive thing as well, and to focus on.
Page 3, counseling.
You know, somebody does a good thing, or, you know, whatever it is, just the counseling, and that kind of rolls into reward and recognition as well. So when you have someone in the ranks that does something, it's using recognition, or whether it's an award or what have you, you get some competition potentially in the ranks, and folks will hopefully aspire to get that recognition. And but from a supervisory perspective, if you're counseling that individual, be humble, but, you know, lead through your actions, that kind of thing. I think it's important to note that counseling doesn't always have to have a negative connotation either. Turning the page, relief from duty, you already spoke to that with some changes, right?
Correct. Termination.
And that's all through an internal investigation that
Right.
gives you the.
And that, you know, and it's then it goes really by statute after that, because.
All right, so. And after looking at these, after I made some comments, I think there were 3 that I communicated to you that I had some interest in discussing. So 104, 406.
Accidents was another one.
Was
too.
traffic crashes?
Traffic accidents,
Yeah.
traffic crashes.
So, yeah, I guess that just.
Deputy, do you have much input into that one?
We got the cruiser back the other day.
Yeah, where it says the first
Okay.
officer arriving at the scene, does that count if you're involved in the accident?
Yes, yes, it did.
Overzealousness.
Yeah, so I guess that's, yeah, but it's extremely involved, and that unfortunately, I know I made notes, but apparently.
Mr. Knox had asked me a question on, just so you know, on all the policies, what the highlights mean. And the highlights really are specific for the accreditation assessors when they come in, because there's specific wording out of the accreditation standards that have to be
Inserted.
contained within the policy.
Yeah.
So that just makes it pops. Actually, when the line officers get these, they don't get the highlights.
Well,
They just get
neither
the
did we.
policy. Oh, you didn't?
No.
Well, they must have, when they copied.
Just Joe.
Yeah.
Oh, you're just you?
I have no idea.
That's funny.
But the reason I asked that, I didn't know whether he had redlined and took things out and changed it.
Yeah.
No,
No.
just for the accreditation process, so when they're looking through them, they don't have to read an 18-page policy or a 10-page policy, they just put their accreditation where it is.
There's a policy on that too, by the way. The yellow.
Was it? So I
I wondered the same thing.
I
What is
don't
that?
recall, was that
You know, the basic premise of any policy obviously is to follow a standard that, you know, that all departments are really handling something the same way, to give the officers direction. Obviously, it doesn't spell out every A
Right.
to Z, but it also, for lack of a better term, it keeps them between the bumpers. So that, you know, we're all basically going out, and when we look at a traffic crash, we investigate it the same way. We end up with the same, interpretations. We treat everyone the same, whether it be in a traffic crash or, you know, any of the policies, really to assist the officer in, you know, decision-making that is also, you know, as Mr. Carr especially knows, and I think everyone knows about accreditation, but I know Mr. Carr goes through it, is to keep us all between a standard, so that when somebody questions it, this is what everybody does, you know, we don't, you know, to say that lightly, it's, everyone is, or all, you know, typically all police departments, you know, have the same use of force parameters, the same, so.
Was there anything in there relative to, like removal of a vehicle, if the operator was unable to, operate the vehicle as a result of the investigation on scene? What do we call that, that's all?
Get the tow truck.
Well, it just wasn't in there. You know, so I just-
I think there is mention in here somewhere.
Is it
about-
mentioned?
About tows. And we actually do have a whole separate
Protocol.
policy regarding
Okay,
tows.
that's all.
Which is,
That's in regard, that's one in and of itself.
Okay.
you know, if the officer believes that the vehicle shouldn't drive away from the scene and things like that, then it would be a safety issue to let the person drive a vehicle with, you know, fenders hang off,
Sure.
things like that, it doesn't. And typically, what's been told by us, by council many times, is you wanna err on the side, obviously, of safety, no matter what, so.
Yeah,
That's,
put it
really
on
what
a flatbed and get it out of there.
Bias-based profiling, basically, that just, you know, again, talks on, you know, what we do as a department to ensure that we're not doing any kind of profiling, how we utilize it. Deputy does a report every year on it. When we have any contacts that the officers make, whether by citation or other direct links, when they do their report, they have to make entry into, if known, what the race of the individual is that we were dealing with, and at the end of the year, we run the statistics and come up with, you know, with a number of, okay, there are this many, you know, white males stopped for traffic citations, black males, Hispanic, you know, it breaks it down into a wide range. And, you know, we take a look at it compared to our demographics, our town is allowed a little bit different leeway with demographics to some degree because of a high pass-through situation. But, you know, again, when, you know, we looked at our statistics, you know, we were pretty much, you know, 80% white, you know, white males were our basics, and then there was, you know, 2 and 4% of, you know, other races involved in there, so, you know, but, you know, we try and pick it up, okay, there's one officer, you know, there's one officer just giving women tickets, or something like that, and, you know, if you see, we look at all those anomalies to try and pick out an anomaly before it becomes a problem, hopefully. So that's where the bias-based profiling comes from. Consular notification.
Just to jump in
Go
with the
ahead,
whole
sorry.
bias-based, obviously there's been a lot of stuff in the news about Chicago, and the incidence of pulling people over has gone off the charts down because of the amount of policy in paperwork that officers are required to do to avoid
Yes.
being pulled over. Folks
We actually saw a small increase in motor vehicle stops this year as compared to last, so I'm happy to say that really hasn't affected us too much as far as that goes, you know, and.
There's
you know-
no grave changes here. The city
No.
of Chicago. put
Oh,
in
absolutely,
some
absolutely,
changes.
you know, absolutely, you know.
It's all
You know.
the same entry stuff.
Right.
With just different reports running and stuff.
Yeah. Sorry to stop you there.
Consular notification, this basically lays out, you know, if we stop somebody who claims that they have diplomatic immunity or anything of that nature, or a foreign national, what our responsibilities are as far as the department goes on, who we have to notify, when we have to notify them. Obviously, if somebody says they have diplomatic immunity, it means a much quicker phone calls have to be placed, you know, very quickly. Foreign nationals have to be allowed access at some point, you know, within fairly, you know, upfront about being in contact with their embassy or things of that nature. So that just, you know, make sure that the officers know, because it's not something, especially here, that, you know, I think I've dealt with it twice in my 35 years, so it's not something we see all the time, so it is nice that they can go back, reference what they need to see and what they need to do.
But if you're in a fix, is it worth a try?
Excuse me?
If you're in a fix, is it worth a try?
Only if you have somebody.
Which accent can you do?
Line and staff inspections, obviously, it's just to make sure there are equipment, and, you know, we, that are, you know, the uniforms are basically, you know, the same on everybody looks, you know, fairly well the same, that they keep their, you know, both their personal equipment, their issued equipment, and, you know, the cars and other, you know, items in the building, things of that nature. I will tell you that I'm extremely proud of the way so far that the Department A has held up, but it also is because of the officers, the way they've taken care of that new building. The town has been great, you know, and you know, I will again will say, you know, you have always, I believe, supplied all of public safety with some of the best equipment out there, or at least, you know, kept us well equipped, and I'm proud to say that the officers treat it with respect, and, you know, continue to do so.
It's been open now.
It's 5 years, and when I go in it, it's just as shiny and just as, you know, good as it was, you know. A couple things that need some paint, you know, coming up, things like that, but there's no, you know, I don't see any destruction at all. Not that I saw it in the old building, but certainly I don't see it here. So
We saw a lot of destruction in the old building.
Yeah, well,
Last week.
so, you know, a lot of the, you know, and many of these things, as you will saw, do rely quite heavily on the first line supervisors, both, you know, the sergeants and the supervisor in the control center to, you know, A, make sure of compliance, and B, also to notify us of good and the bad, whatever that may be. And then we come last to awards and recognition. Like Mr. DeCo said, any kind of discipline, you also need the opposite of, and you know, in discipline, if I can go back to that for half a second, I totally agree with you. Discipline, to me, should be used as a learning tool, no matter what the discipline is. Even if there, you know, needs to be severe discipline, there still should be some learning component. Yes, sometimes part of the learning component may be the punishment that happens, but also trying to help that person through so that mistake won't occur again. And so with awards and recognition, again, I think it's just as important to recognize people for great work and good work that they do day in and day out. Sometimes, you know, you kind of forget about that because it's all part of the job. Oh, it's all part of the job. Well, you're right, that's what we signed on for, but when a person does do a rescue, does save a life, does do something right, they should be recognized for it. And we try to do that, we try and get them before the board when we do, but we get better at it. And this, I believe, will also assist us in that vein. That's it.
Questions, comments?
Great, thank you.
Good?
Thank you. And there'll just be, just so I know, I did lie, there is one more policy coming up.
Because I keep breaking.
Okay. That's goodness.
You were just requested.
Offering alternative facts.
I was looking for an opportunity to get into that one, and you got me first.
Move that the Board of Selectmen vote pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 41, subsection 97A, to approve the following regulations for the Littleton Police Department as submitted by Chief of Police Matthew King on January 17, 2017. 1.04 Awards and Recognition Program, 2.02 Bias-Based Profiling, 3.06 Consular Notification, 4.06 Development of Discipline, 12.02 Line and Staff Inspections, and 20.03 Traffic Crashes.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Great job.
Appreciate all your assistance with this endeavor. You're getting close.
Yes.
Lady second.
I got it.
I figured I might as well start doing it since he credits me for that.
I gotta get Sam, not that I don't love to have you here, but I feel like you might be waiting for something. Oh my gosh.
Signature.
I'm like,
Legible. Signature.
I gotta
Want to work
practice.
on it?
Gotta practice. So it's not.
Technically, your signature doesn't need to be legible. You need to handwrite underneath
And
your
that
name
has-
legibly, but you do whatever signature you want.
Okay, because I was gonna say, that's kind of a lie, because if I'm gonna make it legible, it's not my signature, to be honest with you, so.
I just need your signature.
Exactly.
Drop my pen, oh, there it was.
The thing's going a little
Only
bit
10
wrong.
o'clock.
Okay.
Only 10
Yeah,
o'clock.
yeah, got it. Okay, so let's go on to the next agenda item, implementing new public records law procedures for records access officers and record custodians. And thanks.
This was a quick update when we had a discussion in December. The board wanted to hear back about what we're doing to administer it locally. And Diane Quarry has it well under control. And I've been And she's been very busy with this. She's trained all the departments. She has a log that we've got a sample of here in place of all of the records custodians. The point is that all of the departments who continue to be records custodians are doing their job, and they're when they get requests that they log them, that they're contacting Diane, that she's been a great resource, and then as the complicated ones come in, we refer them to Diane, and we're on top of.
So matter of process, if I may, Madam Chair, we have an existing record request for public information law, policy. Do we adopt the existing law and do away with the policy?
Say that again?
The
Master law's
existing,
gonna supersede, you know what I'm saying?
right. The existing policy that we have for records request, do we do away with that and just adopt the MGL?
Let me see what we have as an existing policy, though.
There was one, because I remember how this whole thing started. That I remember, or misremember. All I'm asking is, if there is an existing one, let's get away with it, let's do away with it.
We repeal and replace.
Exactly, there you go, perfect.
Yeah, so
I was gonna say that,
basically
but
what
it's
you
too
have in front of you though is what, that I
Yeah.
believe Keith gave you a copy of the chart that I'm using.
Yep.
So each and every department was given that. That's just a sample of what I'm using right now. I update that every day whenever I get a records request. And it's basically.
So is this a database for you?
Yeah.
It is?
Yeah, I have it,
Yeah, and it's forms that each department
Each
can fill
department
out.
has.
Nice.
And that she has
And I
access
can
to.
go on every day
through
and
the-
look and see if they've updated it. If they don't update it, I just kind of go in and check with them and say, have you had anything today or whatever. But at the end of the month, what I will do is go in, if they haven't updated on the website, on our local database, I'll go in and say, oh, do you have your handwritten one?
Yeah. And I know that the law has really pretty much said, whatever you ask for, you can have for free.
Right.
But is there a mechanism in there to trigger charges, and who does that, and who's
So
responsible
because
for
we're
that?
under 10,000 people,
Yep.
we can legally charge, but they strongly suggest that you not charge, strongly suggest. And we haven't.
That's a determination I think this board should make, is whether or not we want to, what type of requests are we getting, and what type of,
So, I mean,
staff
the only-
hours is it?
The only really big one we've had so far was one about gas leaks, in which I had to contact the police department, fire department, highway department, planning, building department. And the reason I had to contact all those people was because they all had something to do with gas leaks. I had to find out about building permits that were pulled, where the different gas leaks were, who
So
was
as
called out.
keeper of the records, it's your responsibility to do that, or is it?
So I contacted them all, yes. I
Has
sent
the
out-
records access.
Yeah.
So I,
Coordinator, yeah.
She's coordinating, yeah.
So I guess, and I'll leave this up to the board, I'm only one voice here. Is there something we have a mass general law, and as the chief does with his policies, they have procedures. Is there a procedure that we would want to develop so that, in cases like that, we're able to charge, at least give you some guidance?
well,
Because, time is money in my eyes. Especially for big ones. I understand, based on the mass general law, there's a lot that just,
Yeah,
they don't charge. But for instances where you feel as if you need, it's a lot of time. You're involving public safety, you're involving highway, you're involving town hall staff.
so the statute really says in most cases, they really don't want
They
you
don't
to be
want you to
charging.
charge.
They really don't want you to be charging. That's the underlying,
Yeah.
I don't think it seems weird to me. You spend a lot of time
We
with
have to give it in the form that's requested, so if they want it electronically, we can't even charge the nickel a page.
Right.
We email them, or give them an electronic copy, and there's no, for which we
Again.
cannot charge.
Again, I'm not opposed to 99.9% of them, you're gonna be able to go in and out, see you later.
Right.
But something where you're reaching out and spending a lot of time, go ahead, Tom.
So I wonder if kind of trying to, or seeing where you're going with this, I wonder if the one consideration that you might want to put in there is whether or not the request is for a commercial purpose. Because I think Diane and Keith are right. We're getting a lot of, in other towns, we're pushing back a little bit. And we're getting a lot of pushback from the state on what we charge and whether or not we charge. But in the instance where you know it's for a commercial purpose, then I think we're going to start seeing a lot more of these kind of commercial fishing expeditions, if you will. Those might be the ones to draw the line.
Again, give the clerk some help, so that she's not getting beat up. Look this is my procedure.
Yeah.
Signed off by the Board of Selectmen. I have something that I have to do based in this town. I don't care where you go, in Littleton is what we do.
Yeah.
Just a suggestion.
And I've just been doing an electronic search of your 222 pages of codified policies. The words public records are only in there twice, and in both cases it's pertaining to personnel records in the performance appraisal system. So we don't have a policy.
Okay.
We don't have a standalone policy on public
Maybe it was
records
developing
requests.
one then.
I think we were working on one and we halted because the law was
That's
going to
exactly
change.
what it was, yeah.
I mean, if it's a large enough request and it's going to take us a long time, we can request from the state for more time, which they would allow. We have to come up with a good reason for requesting more time. And in that case, I think that the state would, in the same time, we could tell them that we are going to charge. So I think we could, at the same time of asking for more time, we could tell them that we're going to be charging them. So they know that it's going to take us more than the 10 business days to get the information to them, and we could tell them, that yes, we're going to charge.
I'm inclined to think.
You're right.
We need to have, if we're gonna do it at all, we have to have something in writing, even if it's a very high threshold thing, as Jim said, like if 99% of the stuff comes through, you don't wanna charge for it. It's that 1%, utility company that wants 1 billion
Yeah.
documents to try
Well,
to.
we'll want to view that carefully because we're not allowed to ask why they want it.
Right.
And just because we know who's asking, I don't know if that
Okay,
sets
so
us up.
that's why town council's here. Maybe he'd get a draft to us as to, as Paul said, there's some type of high level.
Maybe somebody else has already done it out there. I
Yeah.
don't know,
Right.
Well, the other thing too is things that we've always been asked for that we've, that have been common knowledge that have been asked for in the past. Those are things that they want us to just have readily available too.
Sure.
So if point A, person A asked for it, and it took us 10 hours to do it, so now you have it available, now you just gotta give it to the next person, next person, next person, next person.
Or upload it.
Right, and
To the website,
and the other
so
thing
it's
too
there.
is, so if we decide and we have a policy that says that we can charge the person, and we can't wait for that payment to come through, so you have to understand that. So the first one, they may not pay us. We can't hold that up, and so they may never pay us. And so then they get it for free anyways, so and we can't stop them from
Again,
asking for other.
99.9,
Yeah,
I'm sure it's gonna
understand
be.
that. Yeah.
We'll go
So
right
we'll-
towards that.
we'll-
I like the
so
idea
it's a
about the
clever
commercial
way of-
use. I think that's something to latch on to.
I'll look into it.
All right.
Very good.
I know it's a big animal.
Very good.
Anything
So-
else? Good then?
Diane's here for the next item too.
Oh,
Housing
okay.
Authority.
Good on that. All right. 8C.
This was, we're going to end up be a trailblazer here with this one, that we have a vacancy on the Housing Authority, and in a review of the law, that the law was changed 2.5 years ago to say that for a town, you have a 5-member Housing Authority board. 1 member is appointed by the state. 3 members are elected at large, and the 4th member is to be a tenant. That's what the law said. We've been carrying 4 elected members. We had a vacancy recently. And the question comes, how do you fill that vacancy? And the answer that town council has come up with, and I think Diane has assented to, all the other town clerks tell her that they're right and she's wrong, but the answer appears to be that the 5th position gets filled with a housing authority tenant. The problem is, how do you do it? Because the statute, chapter 121B, section 5A, says you do it in accordance with regulations issued by DHCD, and 2.5 years later, they haven't issued any on point. We're told by DHCD that maybe in another month or so, they will have done that, but the question that Diane has had is, does she put this position on the ballot for May or not to be filled? And town council's advice and opinion is no, you ought not to do that, because we've already got 3. We've already got our 3 elected positions filled. And so this 4th one ought not to be, this 4th local one ought not to be by election. So Tom's checked with DHCD, with the Attorney General, bylaw review unit, and with the elections division is at the Secretary of State, and based on the advice that they've all given, the correct answer seems to be that under chapter that we have to follow the statutes. We can't adopt a local bylaw to answer the question. I was hoping we could, but we can't. So the answer is in the statutes, and the statute that would be controlling is chapter 41, section 11, which tells you about how you fill a vacancy when one exists. Typically, because an elected official resigns or a failure to elect at a town meeting or at a town election, and you fill that position, you fill that under the statute by the Board of Selectmen and the remaining members of the board. So in this case, the resignation was effective January 9th, so the Housing Authority has until February 9th to inform us that the vacancy exists. If they do that in time for your meeting on the 13th, then on the 13th, February, you could vote to accept their notice and then give them notice back of a joint meeting to fill the vacancy. The plan would be you could vote on the 13th of February to give notice back to the Housing Authority, then on February 27th, not to load up that meeting, but on the 27th you could have, or whenever you like, you could have a joint meeting to make an appointment of a Housing Authority member, of a Housing Authority tenant. And so that would be an unusual situation. Rather than post a vacancy for the world, for any registered voter to apply for, we could post a vacancy at the Housing Authority to have any interested tenants apply. And then the selectmen and remaining members of the Housing Authority Board could interview those tenants that applied, and then you select which tenant. And that person would hold office until their successor is qualified, which is what the statute says. Our hope would be that DHCD would would actually adopt some regulations so that we can deal with this issue. I brought it to the attention, I was at MMA, I ran into a high-level DHCD official that I know. He hadn't heard of the issue before, and I asked him, I gave him town council's letter, and as I know Tom had, to others in that agency, please get this addressed, because it's a problem for every housing authority in the Commonwealth that has a town that does not have a housing authority member on. Some have got it covered because a housing authority member ran at large, and got elected at large.
Or was appointed by the governor, too.
Right, and we don't have that base covered here. So, and so anyway, so the point is, there's no action to take tonight because it's not ripe for you. Right. But based on town council's opinion, which we've shared with the Housing Authority, they can give notice, if they give notice, then on the 13th, whether they give notice or not, you can move forward on the 13th to do something, either convene a joint meeting or to invite housing authority tenants to apply. But that's the direction that we're heading.
All right. I don't advocate this, and I heard you say that there was no bylaw remedy, but years ago, and the clerk will remember this, at Board of Health, we used to have a requirement, even though there were all 3 elected positions at the time, a 3-member board, that one would be a doctor, which really limited the field. So, are you certain that we couldn't have maintain the 4 elected, and one of them has to be a tenant?
I
You
called.
looked into that?
I called the Attorney General's office and they specifically said, I'm looking at this new DHCD statute and you are not allowed to do it. It's not the process they laid out. They would deny such a bylaw.
Yeah, okay, just curious, because we've had that kind of restriction before.
So we
Can I just add one thing, I'm sorry? So, and just so you know, so this is, Diane and I have had point counterpoint on this, and she's in a difficult situation because her umbrella organization has another idea, which I just don't think is appropriate under the statute. So I want to say, for the record, if challenged on this, I will go to court with Diane and let everyone know this was my idea.
I'll bring you a cake.
I'll bring her a cake.
I didn't hear free of charge.
They can share us out on our.
Worst comes to worst, Jimmy can take care of you.
But those other 290 towns are
Well,
doing it the wrong way.
Well, just to, to go one step further, in Tom's defense, we've been going back and forth for several weeks on this, and I was very bullheaded and said, no, I am not listening to you. Sorry, this is, it states 4 members. I sat with Keith, we read the bylaw. It said in 2014, yes, it does say 3, but if you go back and read, section 5, it says, the member will be put back into office the same way they were in previous years, which means they will be elected. So I was standing my ground, and so then I called elections as Tom did, and he said to me, go to your town council, he gets paid the big bucks. If anything happens, it's on him. So Tom and I talked today, I said, it's all on you. And so if I go to jail.
I'll be really sorry.
It's the right.
It was all passed.
We'll take care of you, don't worry.
Yeah, the ones who should be worried are the other towns.
Be sewing flags.
But mostly we're angry that they've created a conflict between just a perfectly good combination of municipal employees.
But so what I did today was I sent out to all of my town clerks and said, here you go. And I gave them forewarning that, you need to go to your town council. So, there you go.
This would be the.
Who would have thought?
The Littleton.
Yeah.
Well, because they asked the question.
What's the process for me to request all the public records regarding that?
So anyway, so no action to be taken tonight, but we thought it important to get it on the record.
Who's the town clerk you don't like? We'll go request them.
Yeah, so here we
Say that
are.
off the record. Cameras are off.
So, two members on the ballot this term. Yeah, not 3.
Cool.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome.
Diane, thank you, Tom.
All right, wow.
And
All right, we're going to dinner.
All right.
last supper?
You can, you should at least be able to buy a bottle of something at this hour. Right, it's not 11. One last motion.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, guys, thank you.
One correction to make in the motion, if you could add Concord as a town. I was informed today that Concord is joining Crosstown Connects. It will be 6 towns, and they would like to sign on to this joint grant application that we're submitting. Under the Community Compact Program, there's a competitive grant application for regional projects. Acton would be the lead community. They've drafted the grant application, which seeks $136,500. There's still a lot we're trying to do with the Crosstown Connect And we are getting a lot of support from the state, and we'd like to get some financial support from them for what we're
Ready,
trying to
Madam
do.
Chair?
Mm-hmm.
Move that the Board of Selectmen vote to authorize submission of a joint application with Acton Lead Community, Boxborough, Maynard, Concord, and Westford to the Massachusetts Community Compact Cabinet under the Efficiency and Regionalization Grant Program for $136,500 for the Crosstown Connect Transportation Management Association.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Something to add.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you.
Melissa, you just want to sign this one?
Yes.
It's the planning board thing.
The planning board thing. What is it?
For the planning board.
Oh, right.
Just sign right there. That's fine.
Yeah, do you have the change? No, I'm yelling.
Yeah.